应该不会，暂时不会再有人再进来了。那我们先开始吧。就如同刚所说的，这是我的这过去8年来在 Android 这个相关的领域的这个开发的经验分享，这样，所以不用太严肃，那大家可以笑一笑，如果有需要笑的地方，哈哈。好，那这过去8年我在 Android 的 Custom Room 的开发，其实最早开始其实不是背上这个 Nothing Phone 2A，其实最早是基于我的那个华硕的 ZenFone 5Z 跟 ZenFone 5的这个2018年左右那个时间吧。那个时候其实最主要的目标就是让我的手上的这个装置可以继续以更高的 Android 版本去继续执行、继续运行下去这样子。那也让它不要那么早被淘汰掉这样。好，所以那这场 talk 的定位其实就是让大家知道，相当于知道怎么进入这个领域嘛，或者是进入这个圈子这样子。那这是我的简介。那我现在在 Omin Vision 做 intern。那其实这过去8年来跟大部分的时间都在 side project 都是自己在做这个 LSP 相关的开发。那这边是我的一些个人的 social media 的一些 link， 这样如果有需要的话可以参考一下。好，那我下一页喽，不要拍起来的可以先拍起来，这样。那这是这一次的 agenda。那我怎么踏入这个坑的？这是等一下会跟大家提到的。然后还有custom room 到底是怎么演进出来的？然后为什么选我这一次的这阵子的付出？说付出吗？就是我从中间沉寂了一阵子。那我为什么这次出来的在开发的时候选的是 Nothing Phone 2A 继续来做我的接棒的一个角色的概念？那第4个部分是这个系统的移植的过程，这样，还有开源社群让我学到的事情。好，首先为什么我踏入这个坑？其实最主要就是刚刚前面有稍微提到的，就是因为我过去最早使用的手机是 ASUS 的 ZenFone 5跟 ZenFone 5Z。那个时候华硕到现在其实虽然停止更新手机了，但是它的这个手机的 Android 大版本都只会给到2个大版本的 update。那所以2个大版本对当时的手机来说，其实好像不太够，因为手机的这个效能都还是可以应付得了再多1个或是再多2个的这个 Android 大版本的这个需求。那这是我过去演讲过的一些记录，这样。那我最早其实是在 HKOSCon 的台湾的这个 HKOSCon 2021有演讲过一个，算是教大家怎么编译这个 compile 这个第三方的系统，这样。那其实也是本场议程的前身啊，就是因为这个其实比较有相关的东西是 link 到21年的讲的东西这样，然后中间有好几年也没有出来讲，然后直到25年我在 HKOSCon 先讲了一个 GKI 的 kernel， 那这个会比较深入一点，因为这个是现在大家在 build 这个 Android 的 room 一定会碰到的这个相关的开发遇到的问题这样子，因为 Google 大改了我们现在的 kernel 的架构。那在 GG 的 Defense Taipei 的时候，我也讲的也是算是经验分享吧，就是讲了我过去1年，就是相当于2025在做了哪些事情这样。然后接下来就是今年在这里跟大家见面，然后分享的议程这样。那这是我之前的开发经历啊。那其实这只是算是精简，把我这几年代表有相当于拿出来讲，就是有比较重点的东西可以拿出来讲这样。那最早就是 ZenFone 5Z， 好，然后接下来就是那一段子比较奇怪的是，我开始开发一些超出我原本开始用的手机的一些更旧的平台这样。那因为ZenFone 5跟 5Z 大概是相当于是高通的 SDM660跟845的地方。那更早的 Nokia 8跟8.1其实是大概是710跟835，然后后面还有配 OnePlus， 所以其实这个是比较一个混杂的时段。那所以这边的需要的 background knowledge 其实是更多的。那其实后来到21年的时候就开始讲 HKOSCon， 因为那个时候我觉得就是好像在这种 open source 的甚至这种 conference 没有人讲过这些相关的东西，那我就愿意把这东西拿出来讲，希望更多人加入这个圈子嘛，毕竟它算是一个很小众的需求，在这个上面这样子。那后面还有开发一些奇怪的一些东西，像 Pixel Watch 2。我玩过demo 的版本，那把它从 demo 的版本变成可以用的 retail 的版本，这样。然后接下来就是后面的这一次的 Nothing Phone 2A。那其实我这次有带来，那 Nothing Phone 2A 在这里， 至于灯好像现在不会亮，因为我没有设定好。那现在上面搭载的就是我现在自己开发的这个 LSP 的这个系统这样子。好 ，Custom Room 到底是什么？其实这也是本场议程会提到的比较关键的一个小 point。这样，原厂大家知道，我们手机，譬如说我们使用 Nothing Phone， 那 Nothing Phone 上面搭载的是 Nothing OS， 就是这个 vendor 他自己提供出来的这个系统，是属于他自己的。那 Custom Room 其实就是我们自己 review， 我们想要加什么功能就自己给它加上去，就不会去仅限于或是局限于在这个厂商提供的上面这些功能这样。那也可以为了这个 device 去跟它升级更高的这个 Android 的版本。那系统本身不是只有像 Windows， 如果你是用电脑的话，你可能会觉得它只是一个 system 的 partition 在那里，让它电脑就可以 work， 然后可能搭配一些 driver 而已。那实际上到了 Android， 到了这些开发版，其实不是这个概念。我们底层的 hardware， 然后跟 Linux 的 kernel， 然后你还需要 vendor 提供你一些 bubbles 或是 BSP 这种东西底层的，相当于它也是 driver 的一层。然后 LSP 本身它 system 才在这里。最后才是我们自己堆叠上去的一些客制化的一些功能，跟我们要的就是我们自己写的 code 在上面才会堆叠到这里来。所以其实Android 的 LSP， 或是说你要到客制化这些 custom room 的话，其实你要修改的东西不是只有一星半点，其实是蛮多的。那我现在自己在开发的这个系统，其实是相当于是说，只是说这个类原生这么多个 Android custom room 的其中一个小部分而已，算是其中一个的 room 而已。那只是我为什么选择它，就是因为它有一些我觉得不错的优点，它可能界面好看啊，它的客制化功能很多。那它也是 based on Lineage， 如果大家有刷过其他的客制化的系统的话，那它也是 based on Lineage， 所以它在移植或是相容性上也是跟 Lineage 是对齐的这样子。那 Custom Room 的开发实际上在做什么？其实不是只有我们在编译的 Android， 那其实甚至很多是要跟进上游的 update。那跟进这些上游的 update 的话，就是除了 LSP 的 security 的一些 update 以外，还有就是 vendor， 就如果你这只手机还正在被这个 OEM 还正在维护当中，不是说 EOL 的情况下，所以我们还是要跟进它的发版的一些 update， 因为他们有可能修复一些有从 BSP 来的一些那种 security 相关的东西之类的 security 相关的 issues。那最后其实就是我们其实在整个这个几个圈圈里面，就是这个圈圈里面在无限的做 loop， 那把每一个环节都 tune 到自己可以接受，因为毕竟这只是个 side project， 大家在用而已，所以倒不会说真的要符合很多法规还是什么的情况，对。那过去我维护过的很多的 Android 的 custom room 大概有这个表格上面这些啊，但是大部分都 EOL 了，我都不知道为什么，到底是我的问题还是这些人的问题？就是每一个基本上后面都慢慢的没有在做了，甚至是不做了，因为其实也算是这个刷机圈子的缩影吧，因为毕竟这个圈子现在的大家的 OEM 都不太开放 unlock bootloader 了，如果大家有在关心的话，就是很多厂商都不提供 unlock bootloader，所以这些 custom room 的话不做，其实也算是情有可原，因为毕竟使用的人数越来越少了，大家都只是贡献自己的这个时间来去做这些 side project， 所以可能会不太够用，所以就越来越大家都不做这些相关的开发。那类原生的 room 的这些相关的特性啊，其实就只是大家都是背上 LSP， 所以还是感谢 Google 至少有做开源，虽然它现在接下来好像是越来越，它的好像是2个季度才发一次开源的这个 patch 吧。那只是它在名字的不同，然后display 相关上面的设定有些不一样而已，所以其实大部分的类原生的系统都还是大同小异的，就是只是说大家取决于你看中的方向有哪些不一样，有一些是确实是很针对底 Google 的一些开发，或者是有一些是专门注重隐私的。那甚至有一些就是我为了要加很多客制化功能上去，让系统变得很臃肿的也有，多少都有。那我现在这一次开发的这个系统，其实它也是背上 LSP， 背上 Lineage， 那只是说我取决于它的需求，就是因为它的 community 目前还是 足够大的，就是至少大家还很多人愿意用它，因为它也是一个蛮老牌的custom room 这样子，就是它从我刚开始加入这个开发的圈子的时候，它就已经在了，所以到现在它还活着，已经算是奇迹了。那至于为什么这次的算是重新回到这个开发 Enjoy 的 custom room 的情况，我选的 device 是 Nothing Phone 2A，因为它其实是比较新一代的手机，就是它现在它的kernel还在5.15，就是还算是很新的情况。那所以它对上手的难易度其实是大幅降低，尤其是 Google 在做了 GKI 2.0的这种 kernel 的架构改动之后，其实是让更多人可以有机会开始触及这个相关的开发，因为你的 kernel 改动其实变得更简单了。对。那这台其实比较特别的是，我过去大部分都只开发 Qualcomm 的 device， 那这台其实是背上 MediaTek 的 device。那其实我本来很不愿意开发的，但是因为我刚好收到一台这个 Nothing Phone 2A 的 DVT， 就是如果你大概知道 DVT 前面有 EVT、DVT 跟 PVT 嘛，后面才到 MP 的量产阶段。我刚好意外收到一台 DVT， 所以多了一台。我本身其实都是 Nothing 的手机，到我手上台湾有上市的，我几乎每一台都有，因为 Nothing 都会提供我每一台的那个 sample 这样。那全部的机器我都没有 unlock bloater， 就是因为不知道他们哪一天会不会给我收回去，所以我多了一台2A 的 DVT， 我就开始愿意投入这个开发，因为刚好相当于是这台不会被他们收回去的机器这样。那因为大家如果知道的话，那 Nothing Phone 的话背后都有灯条，那这个灯条它其实都是Nothing 有开放这个相关的 API 的接口出来给大家，就是操作使用，所以它是可以被自己调整那个颜色的。让我给大家秀一下，这里如果大家没有看过 Nothing Phone 的这个灯条的话，可是。看看这样可不可以秀？音效，就是它会有个灯条。那每一个手机每一款式的手机，它的灯条的形状有一点不一样，因为它跟它的设计风格有点变化这样。那本身这些都是可以被自己客制化定义接入的。你想要可能在播放音乐的时候，让它去动态的去显示也是可以的。所以 Nothing 本身提供的这个 feature 也是让大家愿意去改动自己的手机，让它自己变独一无二吧，就是让它自己变成自己的样子这样。那其实这个 Deep-First 的移植过程其实有点艰难嘛，或者说比较奇怪的点，是因为Nothing Phone 2A 它背上 MediaTek 的这个 Playphone 的时候啊，它很多东西是被 preview 是用 Nothing 提供的这个 preview 的 vendor， 所以很多东西不是我们能客制化的，就是没办法自己在修改的。对，因为当时前面的开发者他们没有足够的经验，所以有办法做完整的这件事情。那所以有些踩到一些坑这样子。那其实最早遇到是那个我们的 Graph 的那个灯条没办法开起来，因为它的 AC policy 的一些相关的东西，我们不是很直观的可以看得到问题出在哪里，所以都等系统boot 起来之后才有办法去调这个 AC policy 的东西。那最后的是 Camera 的那个它的 driver 其实没有起来。那比较奇怪的是，在 Lineage 上其实是有起来的，后来才有发现一些问题，就是 Lineage 那边有下一些 hook， 就是去强迫它去走一些不好的路线去启动它这个 camera。那对我来说，我不喜欢或者是说不建议这么做，其实是因为后面的维护性会变得很差。那最后面是 WiFi display，WiFi display 基本上是每个custom room 或者是说每个客制化的这些我做类原生手机以来的罩门吧。它是每个在 custom room 基本上一定会遇到的事情。WiFi display 真的很难修，你看不到 log， 甚至它 log 其实给你显示的是它是正常的，可是实际上你秀出来的结果就是不正常。就是你投放到，譬如说你投放到电视上的时候，你的电视就是不显示你手机的画面，但搞不好有声音，可是 log 确实是正常的，没有任何的意外。那这是最难修的，这是每一台基本上一定会遇到的。那这个好像我印象中这也是 Google 在让你通过 STS、CTS、VTS 这些相关验证中必备的一环，你这个没有过，基本上是没办法发任何下一版的 OTA 的。 好，那最后一个阶段其实就是我们的 OTA 的维护。那这个 OTA 维护就是相当于说，因为我这一次修好了，因为毕竟还要跟着上游的 update 再去修改的时候，其实不一定下一版就一定会是稳定的能 work 的，也有可能就因为上游 vendor 提供了什么东西的修改，那我们这边没有跟着修改的话，就会有一些bug 或者是它就不正常的 not working 这样。那其实开源社群让我学到的事情，其实最主要的就是，我应该怎么继续去投入？那我怎么在我业余时间以及用我自己的，相当于说这个东西没有赚钱吧？那我为什么要去继续去执行它，执行这个计划，让它可以继续活得下去？这样。所以这8年，其实我学到的东西不是只有在 coding 啊，或者是说这边的开发，其实更多的是跟大家的互动，就是让大家知道我们还有一群人很小众的人在做这些事情，做这些小众的事情，这样。那所以这东西只能靠大家继续帮我接力下去，就是我们要继续有互动，那大家愿意使用，那这东西才会有动力可以继续存活，这样。所以其实主要是除了知道的要写下来，要做经验分享以外，那就是大家要有更多的这种 community， 或者这种 conference 要有办法让我们分享有相关的经验，这样才会有人愿意进行开发，加入这个圈子。那其实我过去的开源贡献，我自认为不算少啦，但是可能相比如果大家在座有人有更高的这些成就嘛，或是说对，可能也是会不错的，其实是比我高的，对，因为我也只算是业余做这些 side project。对，那我过去维护的很多的 Android 的 customer， 就像前面提到，后来都 end of life 了。那后面还有做过一些 recovery 跟相关的 system 的研究跟开发。HKOSCon BSP 也是我算是去年跟前年在推动的事情，就是因为 HKOSCon BSP 它们基本上这种 BSP 都是closed source 的，它不会 open source， 所以一般人要拿到的话，其实也是不太容易。那你拿到的话，HKOSCon 他们也不会给你 document， 让你告诉你怎么去 build， 因为毕竟你不是相关的 team member， 你没有那些权限可以去拿到这东西，所以你当然也不可能拿到 document。那怎么在没有 document 的情况下去反推出我应该怎么 build 这个 BSP？这也是我过去一直在做的事情。那后面其实大部分是做的是相关的 Android 的 App 开发，或是一些翻译相关的工作。对，那我也当过 GDSC 在台湾，就是我学校的这个 lead， 23年到24年的阶段。那现在应该改名叫 GDG on Campus 了。对，那也很感谢这次的我们的年会应该也是有 GDG 香港有参加吧，好像有口work 这个活动这样子。那其实这一次的 take away 就是大家应该只是让经验分享，所以让大家知道我们还有很小众的人在做小众的事。那所以长期维护其实是我们最大的需要大家推动继续或者是帮助的事情。这样，其实我觉得最后一点应该也是比较重要，就是我们把踩过的坑分享出来，那下一次大家就不会再踩到一样坑了。那这样大家下次就可以跳过这个坑，因为相当于有钱人走过这段路嘛，就是后面的人就不会走那么辛苦。好，现在我留很多时间给大家 Q&A， 如果大家有问题可以踊跃的举手。来，请。嗯。呃，这个问题很好，因为我知道我们昨天在 Speaker 的这个晚宴有见过。那最主要的就是像我昨天有跟你稍微提到的，就是如果我们需要加入这个 development 的开发的话，其实你应该要第一件事情要先当一个 build bot， 就是你不能说我要直接开始开发一台全新没有人探索过的机器这个 device， 你要先跟着前面的人去做一次。就是至少你要先知道这个 workflow 是怎么来的，就是它怎么接续到下一步，每一个阶段是前面会配合什么东西，你才会遇到现在状况。那别人踩过坑，你要至少不能说我完全不踩，但是我是说踩了之后，我要知道我怎么解决，就不是自己困在那里，因为别人已经告诉你怎么抽出来，怎么离开这个坑了，只是说你要自己陷进去，然后知道这坑最后具体长什么样子，我们才可以离开。所以你 昨天的想法其实是变成比较像是你想要直接跳过前面这个 build bot 这个 workflow 的阶段，直接开始开发。那这样其实你会没办法知道，那你应该或者是说你要知道一次要学的东西有点多，就是面向太广了。你要先完全了解 workflow， 你又要把踩过坑给全部自己知道怎么爬出来这个坑，所以这会比较复杂，比较困难。所以我的第一个建议还是先让你往 build bot 这个方向去走过去，你知道要完全了解这个 workflow， 而且不会有太大的负担跟困难在这里。对，相当于就是你要做一台人家做过的 device， 那背上人家做过这个 device， 你才会有办法知道 workflow 跟遇到的困难啊这些东西是在哪里。对，对，做别人做过的事情。对对对。好，大家还可以再问，我们还有很多时间吧？对，我们还有10分钟。哎，请说。对，对对对对对。其实，在这种custom room 的圈子的开发，其实不会说，我会把自己摘得很清楚，就是我的角色定位不会说我只是 development 或是在做 maintain 的一个行为，就是我的 maintain 行为同时也是在做 developer，所以就是它是一个没有办法像我们在一般的职场的开发环境 software engineer 这种开发环境是可以很摘得清楚，就是我现在做的事情是什么，因为我同时一边在 review 自己的 code， 在送 PR 的情况下，我可能还是要再 create 一个新的 feature 出来的情况，所以会变成角色定位是很模糊的，所以没办法说你刚刚的这个问题，我就确实会比较没办法，我自己在理解的话，我没办法说我一定是取重于在哪一边，对。啊，那谢谢这一次的赞助厂商有 HKOSCon， 有 Nothing， 有深圳的蓝湖，有 iQOO 跟 vivo， 那他们帮助了我这次的香港的这个演讲的之旅，因为有他们我才有办法出现在这里，也跟大家做一些经验分享。请说。哦，这是一个很好的问题，因为 Qualcomm 的 device 至少它会有 open source 相关的，至少它 mainline 是 open source 出来的。那可是 MediaTek 不是。那可是至于 MediaTek 在少部分的一些 OEM 他们还是有提供，像小米的话它有把完整 history 给开出来，就是它的 mainline 是有开出来的。那如果其他的 device 你可能就要，我们大部分是靠着小米开出来的地方去补。然后像 OnePlus、OPPO， 其实现在还是多少偶尔会有 open source 一些 device 的出来，那我们就背上他们的这些东西去推敲，去把 OEM 打上的 patch 给再盖上去这样子。对，但是像是小米，它其实是完整有把 commit history 给开出来，所以这是一个很好找到 tag 的方式。对。根据你这个情况，我对不起，不好意思，这个会只有一个解决办法，其实就是经验跟通灵。对，这是靠很多的经验堆积出来的，就是因为我大概知道我的 DMS 没开出来，然后 ADV 没有出来，我是少了什么东西，所以造成它没有出来的。其实这比较像是经验，所以我没有办法现在直接告诉你，因为我通常看到 device 才有办法去判断说，哦，我好像哪里有缺的东西。对，但这是很多大家在第一个阶段遇到最困难的地方，因为没有人带着走，然后没有这些经验，你这些东西是从零开始的，对对对，所以这会回到我刚前面跟你提到的，我觉得你还是需要有一个前面的 workflow 是从 build bug 开始，你要知道你的每一个环节在做什么事情，你才知道接下来从哪里学到东西这样子。还有相当其他的问题吗？就是也可以再问我。OK， 我们还有5分钟，好，还是再次感谢一下这些赞助厂商，让我们出现在这里。好，那很感谢这一次大家的这个聆听。那如果有需要的话，可以就是可以看一下我相关的我的 blog， 我有有时候会发一些开发相关经验吧，然后这是还有我的 LinkedIn 在这里这样子，跟 GitHub。我应该补前面这页给大家，就是前面这页有玩比较多的 link 在这里，就是如果大家可以参考一下这一页，就是可以 follow 我一下，就是如果我有就是发一些相关的开发的文章的话，对对对。好，那我们这一场议程就先到这里，因为这里只是我经验分享，所以大家其实是很轻松在进行，谢谢大家。
Okay, since we have delayed a bit because we have a previous session have delayed, so maybe I will just start from now. So thanks for everyone for coming today because I know it rains a lot out, big outside, so I also stuck on the road and and looking into my Google map to find the campus. Yeah, so I really appreciate everyone's time. Yeah, so this session I will introduce how I bring up the U-boot on the QEMU M68K virtual machine. Yep. And at the very beginning, if you would like to access the slides I present today, you could scan the QR code. Yeah, I will leave at this page for maybe a couple of seconds. Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of slides, and in case you want to ask any question, you could just look into the slides. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess everyone's done. So yeah, so first part will be my self-introduction. So I'm Guangwei Cho, or Cho Guangwei in Mandarin, and I'm a native Mandarin speaker. So if you have any question in Mandarin, you could also just ask me in Mandarin. Yes, and I'm a software engineer currently working for Google. I work at Google Silicon for the Pixel cell phones tensor SoC kernel drivers, and also a little bit of Android bootloader also. Yeah, and also outside of my work, I'm a passionate open source contributor, and I'm currently the Linux kernel maintainer and also U-boot maintainer. And recently, I also started trying to contributing to QEMU also. So maybe I will also step up as a QEMU maintainer, maybe in near future, 1 or 2 months later. Yep. So my main experience are related to something within the operating system and also bootloaders. Yeah. And here's for so like why do we need to do the M68K ring up? Because if you have already heard about M68K is used in the very early days, like maybe 40 years ago in the very first version of Macintosh, and that's how also maybe you have heard about Amiga machine, something like that, and not really I think nobody really tries to make a production hardware nowadays with the classic M68K. So it's just something hobby and for the side project because I was assigned for my work. I was assigned to bring up the ABL bootloader, and I also looking into something open source that I could gain some experience for make me know more about the bootloaders, how bootloaders work, and that's why I choose this target. And so as before my contribution, the U-boot status, it has supported M68K, but it is only for the coal-fired series because we don't really have, because like in the first Motorola M68K is maybe 40 years ago, and U-boot that starts up as 20 years ago project and supporting in PowerPC at the very first stage. And in that days, we don't really call, I think it's called PPC something, PPC boots or something, and it maybe 15 years ago it changed the name to the U-boots, and that's what the things we see nowadays. Yeah, and but in the emulation side, we have support M68K for a very long history, but nobody really tried to make the legacy M68K working on the QEMU. Yeah, and so like most like maybe probably most of you have known, like most of the contributors in no matter in Linux or in U-boots, they are from some IC vendor companies and are paid full time to do this kind of development for supporting their own hardware. And so most of the M68K supports are from ASP for the coal-fired series SoC. Yeah, and so nobody really support legacy M68K. So that's how we have a lot of work to do because even the instruction set is a little bit different because like for the coal-fired, they remove some of the like ESG instruction in the classic M68K, and maybe they also add some of their custom instructions. So even the instruction set is not compatible. So we have a lot of things when we need to do for the bring up. Yeah. And so, like for the community side, if we bring up the M68K, it has some advantage. Like maybe we could, like for the Cofire series, we only do a very limited automation in the CI pipeline. So because we don't really bring up it on the emulator, and if we support it on the emulator, obviously it will be much more easier for us to put into the mainline CI. So if we don't really break out something. But like nowadays, most hardware are like written the code or make the CPU run in a little endian. But like M68K is obviously a big endian architecture, so we could test a lot of code whether it has some endianness issues, something like that. Yeah, so it really brings up a lot of extra testing for the whole U-Boost code base. Yeah, and so the first one is the architectural bring up. So for the very first stage, we need to have a starting assembly code to make it run into, to start up the whole bootloaders. So the first thing we need it to make the code even build on the Motorola M68K, like M60XO series CPU. So we need to have an extra kconfig isolation to make sure we don't compile the instruction into the Cofire instruction. So we need to specific assign a compiler flag to make sure the compiler knows which CPU we are trying to run. And also for making us easier, so we also disable the PIC because we don't need to maintain an extra GOT table. And also we remove the separate data compile flag to make it compile correctly for MCC on the emulator, because we don't actually really do the relocation for the emulator, because like when we pass the whole image with the kernel parameter to QEMU, QEMU will directly load the whole image in the RAM. So we don't really have a stage like we first put in the ROM, and also we have to configure the SRAM, and also we have the relocation from SRAM to DRAM. We don't really have this kind of phases. So to make our life easier, to do a minimal, just enough implementation to make it work to put into the shell, we added some compiler flags for this. And for look, if you look into the start point as the file, we need to set up the exception vector table to make sure, like when a CPU encounters some exceptions, we know where to find the corresponding function or the code to handle this kind of exception. So the memory layout for the start point as file, we need to, and to be honest, we don't really handle all different kinds of exception correctly. We only handle the reset events, because that's the very first thing when we boot it, it will jump in, try to find the reset, we will trigger exception. So we will need to make the code know when we are rebooting or we are doing a code boot, the program counter will need to set to which address. And also, we just set our dummy set pointer at the beginning. Yeah, and next one, we need to have to do some work like in the U-Boost. Normally, we are doing polling for all kinds of drivers. We don't do like Linux. We have handled a lot of different interrupts. So we will need to do interrupt masking to make sure. And also, we will only run the code in the single core environment. We don't really support SMP for lots of different U-Boost configs. And also we don't really enable MMU because, so for most of the time in U-Boost, you could assume that the virtual address is exactly the same with the physical address. So first of all, we need to do the interrupt masking, and then we need to, this is a compile time config, so we also will need to do the stack pointer setup. And I think I give it 4 MB for memory sites. And also we need to do the global data allocation. So the global data will use to save some system config, like how big the RAM is and where is the RAM starting address, or like even the heap memories, it will be inside the global data section. And after we're doing this kind of all these three stuff, we could jump into a C code, and we don't really need to write everything inside the assembly code. The assembly code is less maintainable and less readable. Yeah, and during the debug, and we encounter an early hand when we are trying to initialize the global data we just mentioned in the third stage here, and interestingly, we are just trying to clear all the memory into 0 before we are allocating everything else. And if you use a main set, and interestingly, we will find it will hand after the main set. It will not directly hand inside the main set stage that when you are trying to attach a debugger GDB on it and look into the code and follow its every instruction, it works correctly. But in the later stage, like in the board allocation stage, it will result in a hand. But currently, we still don't really know why. So this comment is still inside the mainline U-Boost code. So if everybody ever look into it and figure out the root cause, feel free to send me a patch, and I will really appreciate it. Yeah. And so for the workaround, interestingly, we just change it for a main set and change it into a simple for loop to clear all the data and for each byte, it just assign it to 0 and it just work. And to be honest, now still I don't really know why, but this interesting bug I encountered for a very early stage. Yeah, and yeah, so after we set up a reset vector, and also we have a starting assembly code, and so now we could jump into a C code. So in the C code, we need to we have a board init function. So before relocation and after relocation, but just like I mentioned, we don't really have a relocation stage, so we just need to implement one of them. And after the board initialized, we could have a lot of different drivers to load into a U-boot and to make it works. So yeah, and before that we saw in the board C file we need to specify where is the DRAM or SRAM space address, and also we need to initialize the sec pointer, so we have a few compile time config in the header files, and yeah. Okay, and for the peripheral, some devices, so at least when you are trying to bring up a board, so the very first thing you will want to have is you need to have a console to have input or output. So maybe you could print some debug message on your console. So on the M60AK QEMU VertBoard, we have Goldfish TTY devices. So we need to have a Goldfish TTY drivers to interact with it. And also, maybe you need, maybe you have a sleep command, or maybe you want to know which date it is. So we have a Goldfish RTC and timer devices. So we also need the corresponding drivers for it. And also for if you want to reboot or you want to shut down in the U-boot, we have a virtual system controllers which will control the one more code resets or maybe the halt events for the QEMU M60AK. Yeah. So for the first one, we have we will look into the Goldfish TTY. So we have several different MMIO registers to control it, to implement the put C or get C function, or to make the printf or maybe the keyboard events to just work. So to be honest, we have more than maybe more than 10 registers, but the most important thing is just list for register. So for writing, it will be very simple. We just write a ASCII code into this register, and you will just output a single character to your console. And for inputs, it has some DMA mechanism involved, so it will be much more complicated. Yeah. So for the output, just like I mentioned, you need to use the raw write allo function to do a raw MMIO register write. And the register offset is just 0, and so the QEMU will intercept this event, and you will just trigger printf for a single character to your console. But for the receive side, for the input side, it will be much more complicated. So we need to do the polling to see if we have any bytes ready from the input data. And if we have, and we found it's not 0, it means that we have 0 bytes to read, right? So we also need to give QEMU a receive buffer. So we need to allocate a buffer and pass the data pointer to let your QEMU know where they should put the input data to the memory. And so and also we need to configure how many bytes we need to read from the receive buffer. And after config, we need to put the read buffer command to write to a command register and to trigger the whole reading event. And after that, we could read the. Okay. we could read the the character you just type on your keyboard into a U-boot, and we could do and we could accordingly to it to pass the command you type in the shell, yeah, and that's how we write a TTY driver for it, and also like I forgot to mention before, in the legacy M68K, we don't really have something nowadays like a device tree to describe all the hardware we have on the board, so we need to make it a platform driver. We need to have a board-specific C file to let the U-boot know like how many different hardwares we have, and we need to register how many different drivers. And so, but like for the Goldfish devices, it could also it is a device originated from the Android emulator, so it could also use it from maybe the ARM architecture, RISC-V architecture. So we also have a device tree binding in the mainline kernel, so it could also interact with the device tree. So during the review phases, when it also required to implement some for the device tree handling for it. And also, like despite for most of the time, we could assume that the physical address and the virtual address will be the same in the almost the whole U-boot code base. But like we still have something like the sandbox environment. So maybe we will use the system mapping function. So we still need to use this kind of function to make sure that we don't access to the wrong address. Yeah. Oh. So the second one is for the Goldfish RTC devices. So it is very simple. We have two registers, and it is just a monotonic clock. And so we have two different 32-bit register, and it will combine into a 64 bits value. Yeah, and so we just need to read the value inside. It will be just keep ticking from the 1970 January 1st. So we could use it to know like how many times we have passed, and also what is the current date or what is the current time using this hardware. Yeah, but like from the very beginning, I am trying to implement driver. I do something wrong because we have two different 32-bit register, right? But it is a same 64-bit value. So like during the two reads from the two different registers, we have some time difference, right? So we need to make sure the read and write order is the correct order, because if you look into the details in the Goldfish RTC spec, the high register only updates when you try to read the low register, so it will not update all the time. So if you just read the high register first and read the low register later, you'll get a wrong high register value. So we need to read the low register first, and later after that we need to read the high register to make sure the value is correct. And for the set time, when you are trying to write into a register, you will need to do it in the reverse order, because like it's just the same. So all the actual read and write events will only trigger when you are interact with a low register. So you need to configure the high register first, and at that time you will not really write. If you write a high register and you just immediately read the high register, you'll find the value is not the same, because we still didn't write the low register. So the high register value don't really actually config into the system. So we need to, for the writing, to set out the time, we need to write high register first and do the low register write later. Yeah, and that's how the timer driver just work. And the clock is the clock rate will be the 1 gigahertz. Yeah. And yeah, this is. And also, like the same problem will exist again, because all the Goldfish device we could interact with other architecture, and other architecture will probably use the device tree, and so we also need to handle the device tree event. And also we have behind the RISC-V vertboard in the U-boot mainline, it already has a RTC driver. So, but it only supports a device tree, and it does not support a platform driver. So we also need to rewrite the code to make sure that both device tree and maybe using the boot info in the M68K will also work. Yeah. So yeah, and the last one is the system controller, and the system controller is also the simple devices. We only have one single command register for it. It's not a real device, and we can have 3 different kinds of commands for the warm boot and the cold boot and also the power off. So we just need to put the corresponding hex value inside the register, and then the system will just do the cold boot, warm boot, or the power off according to it. Yeah. And for the old way, for the very first version I sent the patches, I just implement the whole reboot mechanism inside the board specific file. But I just learned that like in the mainline links we have a power reset driver, and also in the U-boot we have a system reset driver, so we could separate the reboot mechanism into a driver, and also like we don't really need to write the code in just like the old way we do it. Yeah, because like the same hardware IP we could have a driver is not directly related to the architecture, so we could reuse the code. If we also find another emulation, we need to use the same reboot mechanism. Yeah. And the last phase is after we have all these drivers, we have all these board code, and also we have all the starting assembly code. We could also gather it into make the whole board work. Yep. And also, but we still need to parse the boot info because we don't have device tree. So the old M68K, we have boot info is a binary, like array like binary appended after the kernel image. So we need to parse the boot info to know like where is the Goldfish TTY memory base, and where is the timer, where we could find the timer MMIO registers, and where is like the reboot register. So we need to parse this. And so like if you look into it, it will be like a key value pair array in a binary format. So like maybe we have a memory chunk, and we could pass the tag ID to know which the index it is, and also we could read the value and to put it into the global data RAM size element. And also we could pass the boot info to know where is the TTY, RTC, verse control memory base. Yeah. And so after we have all these addresses, so we could install these drivers on the board. Yeah. And finally, after we have all these kind of different stuff, we could make the U-boot to put into the shell. Yeah. Yeah, and for the testing and upstreaming, like if you have some upstream experience, you will know that the upstream review is very strict. So unlike you write the code inside your own company, maybe just they don't care about the code works or not. They don't care about maybe like how beautiful your code is, like, or maybe like the naming of the function or variable, something like that. So currently the whole patch set is already merged into U-boot mainline. So for the V1 to V3, I just introduced the initial framework and also the TTY timer implementations, and also the basic RTC device tree probing. And for the V4, I refactor the probing supports, and also on the V5, I rebase on the next branch, and also add some command into it, and also update the maintainers file. Yeah, and for the V6, this is the final version which gets merged into the mainline. Yeah, and also I need to update the CIE to make sure it will be continuing testing on the GitLab and also the Azure pipelines. So I need to write a small Python file to make the U-boot boot on the QEMU in the CI pipeline. Yeah. And also, I also help to do some build system cleanup to make sure like there are some kind of mess in the old code file series. Yeah. Yeah, and also because the legacy, the classic MC-STK architecture is bring up by me, so I was also invited to be a co-maintainer to the whole MC-STK architecture. So yeah, so I'm currently maintaining all these, all the drivers I just mentioned, and also the whole MC-STK architecture, yeah, alongside with the envelope, yeah. Yeah, and for the whole patch set, for like 40% is architecture specific code, and also we have 30% of drivers, and also like a little bit of CI, and also some RTC and clock drivers. Yeah. Yeah, and also after my patch set, Daniel just sent over some MMIO, VerseIO MMIO support series for us, but we encounter some ADNS issue because after my patch set, we still are not able to put into Linux from U-boot because we don't really have access to like maybe network or maybe block devices. So we need to make some MIO work. But when all the VirtsIO drive devices are in the little ADN, but in the I need to be faster. Yeah, so like fixing the drivers. So like here, so we have some read-L and write-L macros in both Linux and U-boot, right? And if you look into a document, it will specify that all the read and write events, because you need to support PCI devices, so no matter what the ADNS of your CPU are, it will be a little ADN read and write. But like in the MC6AK in both mainline Linux and U-boot, it will be big ADN read and write somehow because you have a longer history before we introduce all these PCI drivers. Yeah, and so that's why the behavior is wrong. So the current mainline U-boot VirtsIO drivers will not just work on MC6AK. So we have a patch set to fix this kind of problems, and also we have a long discussion in the LKML to discuss how we fix this kind of behavior, because it also, if you look into Amiga machine, you could also find some PCI devices on it, but the current PCI device drivers or updates just not work because of the IO macros problem. So we are currently trying to fix this. So for U-boot, we have just current workaround. So like we just save the current code file series using the old behavior to make it still a big ADN read and write. But for the classic M6AK, we just change it into a correct implementation into a little ADN read and write. So it will work on the classic M6AK, but it will still be broken on the code file series. Yeah. So maybe we will try to clean up all the code file drivers to make it behavior work, so we can have some like explicit big ADN or little ADN write or read macros for it. So we don't just use a generic read-L and write-L macro for it. Yeah. And so we have 182 VirtsIO instance on it, so we could maybe attach a VirtsIO net or VirtsIO block devices through the VirtsIO MMIO. And so after it, we could probably make the kernel boot from the network or maybe the block devices. Yeah. And also we encounter a QEMU vendor ID bug because it will also pass it's also an ADN issue because we pass the value treated as a string in a little ADN format. So we also fix it. Yeah. And also we have a linker issue because we have a VirtsIO block depends on the config VirtsIO, but we don't enable it on the MC6AK. So we also have some build issue to fix. Yeah. And so after we and the patch set is already merged into the mainline U-boot next branch. So maybe a couple of months later, we could see it could put into the Linux for the current U-boot mainline. Yeah, and for the future work, maybe we could try to make more VirtsIO devices work, and yeah. And also, just like I mentioned, we have a lot of different workarounds still looking into someone to contribute the code. Yeah, yeah, and that's my presentations. And any questions? Yeah, I think we have still maybe a couple of minutes left. No one? Okay, if no questions, I think that's it. And thanks for coming, and thanks again for I really appreciate your time to being here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Testing. Okay, sorry, not too far. Okay, right. It's 1:30. Welcome to the first afternoon session. These are going to be lightning talks. We have 4 lightning talks back to back, and I'm going to be your host today. My name's Julian, and I also get to present the first presentation. Privileges, host privileges. So I'm going to be talking about opinionated AI infrastructure setups, and I call it Nixus, but it's just Nix plus devenv. But because I'm trying to do this as an opinionated system, I decided to give it a name, give it a project on GitHub, which doesn't have anything in it, but just letting you know that it's also on GitHub eventually. So who am I? My name is Julian Arcus. I'm a software engineer in the embedded space, and now I'm going into kind of Linux kernel development. And you can connect with me on those places. I also run a small website here in Hong Kong called devs.hk, trying to promote the larger community of developers in Hong Kong. Right, so my talk. I think AI infrastructure is a mess right now. If you look at how people tell you to install OpenClaw and OpenCode, it's basically this kind of stuff. Hands up if someone would honestly use this command to install software. Okay, so I'll explain why I personally think this is a bad idea. Because you're literally installing something from the internet that you haven't read straight into your system without any sort of protection. Luckily, the only protection is your HTTPS link. So hopefully you trust OpenClaw, but that script probably comes from a GitHub. So if that's ever compromised, you're literally installing malware, right? So you want a few layers of indirection, to be honest. The alternative could be something like some Python thing, but even then, you have to install a lot of things. You have to install your VM. You have to manage it, install whatever version of VLLM you need. So again, it's a bit messy. You have to select all kinds of things to install. A bit better would be your Docker setup, but even that gets quite messy because you have to pass in all this extra information, and then you get instructions to actually install from source, and that's also very messy because then you have to install your different requirements. And the question is, what hardware are you actually building for? Are you building for AMD? Are you building for CUDA? Are you building for CPU inference? All these are very kind of complicated questions around setting up your environment to get the best performance. And everything installs in your VM or globally in your system, and that's, again, messes up your system. So, but you're an experimenter. You basically build the latest version of VLLM, of Llama CPP. You install Hermes, you install Pi, you install this, and your system is just absolute mess, and you delete your operating system, and you start over again every week, right? Right? That's what we do. We don't leave our old versions running around and making an absolute mess of our systems. And you don't leave all these builds where your system just gets clogged up. So you install this, you install that, who knows what's on the system, right? But what we should be doing is really talking about a declarative way of managing our AI infrastructure. So you set your firewall, you declare that, you don't say install this, install that. You say, I want my firewall to allow tailscale. I want Python to be installed. I want Postgres to be served on this port. And then once you're done with it, you remove it, and there's nothing there, right? So how can we achieve this? We can achieve this with Nix. Nix is as simple as saying, like, I want a shell with this program, and then it brings in whatever you need to install from the cloud, or I want to work with this particular Python package, and it has this following dependencies, and I want to have VS Code and open code available to work in it, right? So you're going declarative. And then to do that, you just have this, right? So you have you say your dependencies are your Python packages with the OpenAI Python package and OpenAI agents. Your development dependencies, so your development environment is VS Code, OpenCode, and Llama. And then you set up your Python package that's going to run this. I won't go too much into details because I only have 5 more minutes. But so what is Nix? Imagine it as well. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I'm gonna call it a package manager. What it actually is, it's a build environment, but also a package repository. And to have anything that from the Python world, you just basically reach out into the Python in the Python extensions package, and you just say I'm gonna pull this version, as you saw here in this slide, right? So we're looking into the packages in the Python 3 packages, and we're getting all our dependencies in one go. But let's say you're the use UV or pip. There are ways to link your system from UV into Nix, and it downloads the packages from the Nix repository instead of downloading from pip. How does it work? Well, under the hood, Nix stores all these packages under Nix/store, and you'll see a lot of weird packages with some SHA, hash, and then dash package. Well, then and your package name. So what's with the hash? If you've ever built something that like Llama CPP, you'll have your AMD build, you'll have your CUDA build, and they install in the same space. So how do you avoid this? You basically hash according to the build inputs. So if you said build me Llama CPP with CUDA, then you can have a package which has a specific hash, which says hash Llama CPP. And then you have another package for AMD that is a different hash dash Llama CPP, and they can all have different build styles. But that's only on the build side. So how do we do development environments in this? Usually you have something called Nix shell that helps you build the dependencies for your project. So imagine you're building a C++ program, so you'd have your C++ toolchain that would be brought in, but not necessarily your applications that you might want to run. So the devenv makes things very, very simple. It brings all the packages in, sets up any language dependencies that you have, so installs your Python, and it also starts services that are dependent on this. So Postgres, and maybe even LLM servers. So that's what I'm going to quickly demo. And it's all declarative. So I'm going to move straight to the demo because I have 0 time left. And I'm going to quickly show off this system. So this is, which side am I on? Let's see if I can get this on screen. So this is what I call Nixos. Sorry, Nixus. And yes, thank you. No, too big. Okay, I'm gonna minimize this to make a bit more space. But how does devenv look like, and how does it look like for running kind of LLM infrastructure? You start with your models, and your models can be downloaded from as URLs, and then let me go back here, and then you basically select your model. So you select your package configuration, your declarative package configuration, and then you start your service. So that could be VLLM, or it could be Llama CPP. And not only that, you can pass in a lot of extra parameters So this kind of shim is all programmed by me as part of this package. So I won't go too much into details about this, but what this gives us is, if I go into here and say dev env up, it will go to the cache. Hopefully it's hitting all the cache things because I have no internet. And you can see already that we have open code server running, Llama CPV. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to show that it also sets up open code. And now I can go to the website here. Let me see if I can create a new tab. Local host 8080. Hopefully nothing too private. Yeah. So now I have the infrastructure running, right? And if I go back to this and kill it, this is dead, right? So with one line, I brought up my infrastructure, I deleted it, and that's it, right? I'm out of time already, so I'm just gonna quickly go back and finish. But that was Nixos. No, am I still presenting? Right. So where is Nix used? It's used in satellites. It's used in Anthropic. And the advantage actually is you can set up a local machine with a Nix cache, which means that once you've downloaded it once within your infrastructure, you can call within that cache and distribute things like models locally, distribute packages locally, and you only need to hit Hugging Face once. So that's really an advantage. The disadvantage is that each version is stored on your system individually, so you get your cache fill up quite quickly. So you can garbage collect, but then you have to download everything again. And devenv has a lot of opinionated, not devenv, but the Nix world has a lot of opinionated developers, and I've added to the opinions with Nixes. So you can also do micro VMs and containers from the same kind of script, but I'm already running out of time, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna skip questions. I just wanna quickly shout out to Dim Sum Labs. So they're one of the partners for today, and they are always in need of support. So if you're ever in need of a hackerspace to go to, Dim Sum Labs is in Showon. And we have plenty of availability during the day if you want to use it as a co-working space. And we're always shy of a couple of members to remain sustainable. I've already shown this earlier, but I brought some hardware with me today, some RISC-V hardware. So if you know what RISC-V is, come and talk to me after these 4 sessions. I'm gonna stop here because I'm already running out of time. Thank you. I guess whilst we transition, I can take one question. Do you wanna come, Jules? Do you wanna come set up whilst I? Any questions? Yes, go. So obviously Docker Compose is also kind of declarative, but you're building Docker machines. This one also supports building Docker machines, but it's a bit more, a bit smarter in the way it does it, because you have these very simple layers of this package's dependencies, and it's a hashed package. You can actually build very fine-grained Docker containers, all the way up to the 128 layers that Docker supports. So when you're building your application, you're actually building a nice, very deep cake that then you're able to use that as a cache, from your container cache, to build a lot of variety of images with the same very strong base. Are you good to go? Yeah. Okay. So next up is Jules. you've been working in the kind of financial industry for a while, and we've met before on different stages. So I'm just going to pass it on to you. You're going to be talking about basically how do you design your own open code? Is it? Yeah, open code style from scratch. So I'm going to pass it on to Jules.
Thank you so much, Julian. Do you want to take this laptop? Is it possible to turn the light off? Just because I have a black screen, and it's okay, you don't have to, to look at my face. It's already, okay, let's do it like this. I mean, yeah, I can do it like this if you let me turn on my... Yeah, it's, okay, okay, thank you, Julian, thank you so much. Okay, so I start the timer now. Okay, so I'm gonna just improvise usage of my tool. So basically, like, yeah, like it starts with exactly the bash command that Julian is not recommending. So you kind of have to trust it. You can scan the code with Grok if you want. I think Grok is good at scrapping GitHub. I tested it against Quen. It's better. All right, so we are going to make a small change on my code itself. The small change we are going to make is just to synchronize my README with the rest of the code, so that you can see like how I use the tool. So like basically like I started to create this tool when AI came, and I was like just angry at what? At VS Code and Cursor because they couldn't allow me like to connect to DeepSeek easily. So yeah, like since then I was moving slowly on this tool, so it's like basically like agentic, but there is only one agent. So okay, I'm just gonna stop talking and just do some work. So you have the binary like this after the installation of the curl. I just press Control-C because I want to show something. Okay, so here in the help, you can see like where everything is located to make this tool work. So the binary, the config, and like some histories of past conversations and things like that. So basically, you can control everything manually if you want. So first step, you select the directory. There is like an autocomplete with tab. So like for instance, if you want to open in the current directory, you just do this. There is no memory problem, so like I can just press run. They are going to collide, but then it's handled. So it's the same because we are. Okay, so now like you have your config that you control here. And basically, like you just need like to have your API key and the correct endpoint. I really like DeepSeek. Maybe I don't code enough, but I spend $3 per month with it, $3 because they hit the cache aggressively. I'm studying this cache hitting these days. So now, like we are going to do, yeah, DeepSeek Reasoner. It's still version 3, but that's good enough. I don't need to move that fast with the version 4. Okay, so now we start speaking with the tool finally. Yeah, so it's a bit verbose here, like it says like the connection is established. You might get rid of this. So yeah, here like you just type your message. I chose to do the contrary of what you have on the internet, like to put a new line. You don't press Alt plus Enter, you just press Enter, and to send you press Alt plus Enter. But if it's an issue, you can raise it. All right, so now like we are going to press Ctrl plus B to open the file context menu. So UP. Okay, so yeah, the next issue will be like auto inclusions of file, given like a limited amount of requests or token or maybe money if you need total control. Okay, so I was just pressing E and D, like to control this. There is no drag and drop at the moment. Now I press Control B again. Okay, so we are going to ask DeepSeek to update the README. So there is some prompt engineering in the middle. Everything is framed into some XML tags. And then the conversation is saved in a TOML format just to avoid a conflict of tags. Maybe I will have time to show the history of a conversation. Okay, so the request is a little bit big. Too many tokens. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's see the answer. Okay, so you can see I backed up the README. It's not necessary. There is a boolean in the config. It's not necessary when you know how to use Git. And yeah, like here is the README, so I just need to commit and push. And that's it. So yeah, like I mean, the GitHub repo is a thin wrap, so it's available on the website of the event. And yeah, like I believe like the next issue is like automatic joining of files, like automatic context handling in a because like the problem is that Cloud Code or like Open Code they make too many requests, and I need more control on the costs. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty it. It's exactly 10 minutes, and yeah, thank you everybody to welcoming me. That's a cool day. Yeah.
As we're transitioning to the section, I think the next lightning talk is in 5 minutes. So we have maybe some time to transition to the other workshops, or you stay here and listen to the next talk, which, and maybe you can answer a question if anyone has any. No, I can hear you. Did you get that?
It works with Open Router. It works directly on DeepSeek. It works directly on Google as well. There is a proxy feature, so you don't need to VPN. I didn't have time to show this. It works as well on Qwen, Beijing. Yeah.
Okay. Can I get Augustine to switch the laptop whilst we take one more question? There was one more question somewhere.
Yeah. Just to reply precisely at your question, you need to update the config API endpoint. Yeah, like there is a config.json that you can see after asking for help to the binary that is like in the application data, and you can modify it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. As I said, 2 more minutes to transition. The next talk's quite exciting. Always a big fan of what you're doing, so I'll wait for the 3 minutes to elapse, and then we'll start.
I might show the simulator later. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. Hope the arrow keys work. I don't know. Oh, I should get Jules to help me take some. Yes. So just make sure I'm looking at this.
Just want to see what it looks like.
Okay.
So choose your place.
Share them here. Come back every once in a while. Yeah.
Okay. Right, I'm going to try and give Augustine 30 extra seconds whilst I give the introduction for him. So Augustine has been working kind of in the intersection of AI and culture and the humanities. And he's trying to see how we can give AI a bit of human taste and kind of exploring quite interesting concepts in philosophy. So I won't go more into details because I'm sure that's going to eat into his presentation. I'll just pass it on.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Hi. My name's Augustine Chan, and I have a bunch of slides here. I think what I want to try to do is maybe try to blow through them a bit and then try to do some demos. Yeah, because that's what we're all about here in the open source conference. And I don't think this presentation will be very technical, but I hope it will be meaningful. And so the first thing, oop, okay, hold on. Do I need to plug this in and plug it back? It's gone to sleep, yeah. Is it my computer? Oh, unlock my stuff. Okay, good. So, oh, how do I go to the next? Oh, what a crazy ass photo this is. Okay, so taste is so subjective. So I think you want to get a feeling for the person behind sort of steering it. So I grew up in New York, but my parents they're from Hong Kong. So I asked AI, what is my level of Cantonese, and it said about 10 years old. Yeah, so識聽又識講, but 十零歲嗰啲廣東話. That's about it. And my parents, they were immigrants. They were just struggling about trying to get by in New York. They didn't know a lot of people, so they wanted to put me into a safe day camp. So a safe day camp meant Jewish day camp. So I went to Hillcrest Jewish day camp, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, ate challah bread every week. My best friend was Joseph Goldman in the front row, second. And so his nickname was Stinky. So we would sit next to each other on the bus, back and forth from day camp. And I wanted to give you guys a bit of a feeling around what it was like to grow up back then. So, you know, of course, knowing Chinese is such a big advantage. But back then, people like me, we wanted to fit in. So we didn't really want to learn Chinese, even though, like, looking back, it's one of my big regrets. And so my perspective on Chinese culture now is sort of like a Guailo's interest. It's like I'm really interested in it from sort of an outside perspective, even though I'm very Chinese. I eat fish head, I love Dai Pai Dong, I love all the stuff about Chinese food and Chinese culture. And so enough about that. Okay, so let's get down to the meat of it. That's my LinkedIn. Please connect. And so the artwork that we're going to be talking about today is for an I Ching app called 6 Lines. Oh, wait, let me show you this thing. Woo! Oh, look at that, $30 on Taobao. My wife ordered this. And so 6 Lines is sort of an exploration of the I Ching through like philosophy and artwork, ink brush artwork, as well as public domain masterpiece artwork. It's free. There's no subscription. It uses a communal well model. I have a bunch of articles that goes into the reasons why that is. But yeah, so that's the artwork we'll be going through. And then I'm also a co-host for the Hong Kong AI podcast, and I have a blog, and that's my LinkedIn. So please connect with me. Thank you. And so the I Ching is an ancient divination system, 3,000 to 5,000 years old. And when Confucius encountered it at around 500 BC, which is about it's right before the Warring States period, and Spring and Autumn period, he knew it was divination, but he started steering it towards being more of a moralistic and philosophical framework. So I have an older version of the I Ching. Oh, do we need to do some stuff here? Sorry.
So sorry, it's running late. Everything.
Okay, yes. Do I need to do stuff? Do I stop? Okay, I keep going. Okay, I keep going. And so when he encountered it, he started making it more about philosophy and how to think about things, rather than divination, which is more about telling you what will happen. And so my earlier version of my earlier exploration of the I Ching was called 8-Bit Oracle. That was more about raw divination. This is more about, 6 lines is more about literature and philosophy. And so one of my favorite hexagrams, there are 64 of them, so you can think of the hexagrams as a dictionary of every possible situation you might encounter in reality. So, you know, I Ching masters, they might not actually use the I Ching through yarrow stalk casting or coin toss. They might use it more like pattern matching. They'll recognize a situation, they'll say, oh, this situation's like marrying maiden, this situation's like oppression, I should behave in this manner, right? And so for Youthful Folly, I like this hexagram because, well, I have a funny story about this one. A 12-year-old reached out to me to connect on LinkedIn. And I was ambivalent about accepting it because I felt like it was a young person with a mountain of social media and being an adult in front of him. And that's what Youthful Folly sort of talks about. So the bottom trigram in Youthful Folly is a water, is a spring. You can think of it as like a spring. Yes? Oh, sorry.
Maybe I will have to set a timer.
Timer on my machine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, turn it off to sleep. Keep going. So basically, the imagery behind this is a water below and the mountain above. So you can think of it, so water basically spreads, it goes to the lowest places, but it's also the strongest force, and it reaches up into the mountain. So the mountain is this sort of this insurmountable thing.
30 minutes, so it's gonna be not sleeping.
Okay, you can turn it up to 30 hours. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. What's your name? Thank you. Ronald. Thank you, Ronald. Yes, we met yesterday. So that's sort of the imagery. There's the judgment and images and the lines around the I Ching. There's all these different situations. But Youthful Folly, the 2 main concepts with Youthful Folly is the student seeks the teacher, not the other way around. And the reason why that is because the student needs to be ready to learn, right? And the other thing it says is you should ask a question once, but if you ask a question 2 or 3 times, that means you are not ready to receive the answer, right? So there's some, I think there's some wisdom there. Okay, so now we lost the focus here. So back to this challenge. And the challenge is there was a Han Dynasty poet who wrote 4,096 poems, 64 times 64. So in the I Ching, you can have the current sort of situation and a future sort of hexagram through changing lines. And so there's a lot of this sort of crazy guy from the Han Dynasty, he wrote the Zhao Shi Yi Lin, which is 4,096 verses. So how do we create, what's a great way to sort of create the artwork behind this? Because wouldn't that be a cool thing to do? And tied to that is if we want to really try to create something nice and great, there's this concept of taste. And when I initially think about taste, you might get some ideas around it being sort of elitist or snobby. But the way I like to think about taste is it's actually just something that's maybe hard to describe or hard to define. And if that's the case, then in theory, it actually should be hard to tell an AI what your taste is, because it's sort of hard to sort of describe into words. And so one way you might want to think about it is it's pattern recognition earned through iteration against good references. Sorry, it's a very dense sentence. But basically, if you, maybe you need to be a little older, or maybe you're just talented, maybe you can recognize what you like and don't like. And over time, you can sort of develop your own preferences, right? But it's really hard to define, and it emerges through sort of experience and understanding. And so how do you teach something that you can recognize it, but it's really hard to write into words? And so, well, this is the whole loop. My original version of this slide had 4 boxes, and then I started looking back at what I really was doing, and it's actually just 2 boxes. Because we're surrounded by boxes in AI. There's the LLM of how it works. We don't really know how it works. There's the image model. That's another black box. We don't really know how it works. But basically, it's just an iterative loop where I was judging what I liked and didn't like. I was taking stabs at generating images based off of these sort of compact couplets from the Jiaoshi Yilin. And I would basically tell AI to sort of help me decide or help it think about what was the difference between the good and the bad image, and then grab out rules. And so these rules would get iterated over time until I was finally happy with what it generated. So it was really sort of, I mean, this is the whole slide, folks. If you have another talk to go to, you can just, this is it, okay? But this is the essence. I just kept repeating until I got to the point where the skill was fleshed out, it was repeatable. I would do spot checking around the rules, and they made sense to me. But that's really the essence. And so the Jiaoshi Yilin is actually quite challenging because it's 4,096 poems, and most of them need some expansion or they have no imagery at all. So think about what we see in an image that we take for granted. It has a subject, there's like perspective, there's like a foreground, there's a background, there's decoration. But some of these poems are just expressing a feeling about auspiciousness or positivity or loss. So how do we create consistent images based on these sort of abstract concepts? And there's some examples here. I'll share the slides. We don't need to read that. And so while I was iterating, you know, you would get, it's sort of like a roll of the dice, right, when you play with these models. Sometimes you'll get lucky, sometimes you won't. This was round 1, just adding on style as a suffix to the poem. And it was like, it was okay, but maybe not lively enough, a bit simplistic. This, we were like, well, maybe the issue is with the suffix itself. Why don't I swap out the suffix from something that's an English printing, something called wabi-sabi. You know, I don't know what this is. The AI said, hey, why don't you try wabi-sabi? I'm like, okay, I'll try wabi-sabi. And this is what we get. And it's too, like some people like it, but I thought it was too photorealistic. It wasn't in line with what, I'm sorry.
It's for statues and cups and other physical objects. It's not
Ah, okay. Because it was probably honing in on the well itself. Yeah.
No, the objects. These are for wabi-sabi.
Yes. Yeah, because that poem was about a well, so maybe that's why they made that recommendation. And so one of the discoveries is that you can't just simply tack on a suffix. And Yuli and I, we had a discussion about this, about Confucian style wordings. And so these LLMs, they really latch on to everything. So you can't just add on a suffix. You really want to use painterly language when you're working, if you're doing text to image, for example. If you're doing text to image and there is a style of wording that works best with the style that you're going for, then the recommendation here is to infuse and use those wordings as part of the image prompt and not just tack on a style at the end. So bad would be a tree on a hill and then a Chinese ink painting. What you really want is a gnarled pine leans from a cliff face like a brushstroke frozen with mid-sweep. Roots gripping stone above a gorge filled with morning mist. And then, of course, Chinese ink painting, because these AIs keep forgetting, so you have to keep repeating things. And so we broke it down more. So this was the breakthrough prompt. And so the core understanding is we want to write these like captions. So you have a foreground, well mouth brims over, water sheeting across worn stone. Midground, streams diverge over sun-baked ground, carving shallow channels. And then in the background, in the beyond, desolate hills roll to a hazy horizon and amber glints on the streams. So there's in total about 7 composition rules. And so the same image, well, basically the same core poem from that 4096 Jiao Shi Yi Lin, this is sort of what it came up with when it was run through the skill completely. So the skill is actually called, the plugin is called Inkstone, but the skill is called Verse to Prompt. Okay, so we're half time. Thank you, Julian. And we won't go and read it all. And so I had the AI, like I was saying before, the AI is really good. If you ask it, hey, what's going on here? It can actually do an analysis, and then you still needed to use your judgment in agreeing or disagreeing with what the AI is telling you. So I had the AI analyze, and so when I said, hey, I really like this, it actually figured out, hey, you know what? The language register is very important. You want spatial structure because you tend to like images that sort of have spatial depth to it. Warm accents, so some accent colors. You can't really see it on this one, but you'll see it later. And you want to sort of frame the image with, in this case, there's gorges. And so there's some composition rules: frame the scene, force depth, demand contrast, warm accent. And let's just go through some of the, you wanted to take an image, but you'll get this QR code too. And so here's some representative styles. Atmospheric night, notice the lantern in the foreground. The ink landscape, which we saw. So these are the actual couplets that are coming from the Jiao Shi Yi Lin. And then for Guailos like me, I have to read the English, sorry. Figures in mist, so notice the young child with the yellow blouse on. Bold action, notice the lightning strike in the middle. White dragon and black tiger rise in shared fury. Qi Yu flees and defeats slain at Lushao. So this is the other challenging thing with the I Ching and the Jiao Shi Lin. It's referencing like very historical events that you actually have to read up on to actually understand what's happening. And my personal favorite is Cosmic Night. The dragon born in the deep pool, long-lived and divine, flying upward to heaven, dwelling among the stars of Xuanyuan. And so all of these are basically transformations of hexagrams. So this is actually hexagram 64 transforming to 54, and that's what the Book of Changes is about. It's about change. If I were to say 3 words to describe the Book of Changes or the I Ching, it's timing is everything. If you were to understand it from a New Yorker perspective, that would be it. And so a lot of rounds. I'm a bit more than halfway. I think I might just blow through this and then just do a demo. So just some reference materials on a skill and what a plugin is versus a skill. And then I've got some more information on what's in Inkstone. There's a UI, a UX architect skill. There's a media kit. If you are interested in speaking, it can help you build transparent images. And of course, verse to prompt, which is the skill within the plugin that we're talking about. And so this is sort of some ChatGPT is getting really good at image generation now. So to generate beautiful Chinese ink push paintings, this is sort of the core mechanism. You're dealing with 2 black boxes. You don't really know what's happening, but as long as you're judging the outputs and having the AI analyze what's going on, and then you use your judgment to sort of distill out the rules into the skill so that it's repeatable, that's sort of the essence of what we're doing here. Takeaways. Taste is iterative. Show, don't tell. Yeah, that's a good one. And humans, we have taste. So AI extracts patterns. I don't think I want to get into a philosophical discussion on that. I think that would be an endless talk there. So the skill was originally developed for Claude Code, but I tested it and made some updates this morning. It works fine with OpenCode. And yes, Dom gave a great talk this morning, so I rearranged some slides. I thought he had a good point to say about supporting Hong Kong open source, and I can't believe Sammy's been doing it for 10 plus years, and the rest of the organizing team. So very, very appreciative to them. And of course, Hong Kong AI podcast. Tanya, the main host, speaks Guangdonghua, Guoyu, and English, and then I chime in every once in a while. We're up to our 11th or 12th episode will be out tomorrow, and we have a few more in store, and it's on YouTube, so please join and subscribe if you want to learn about AI builders in Hong Kong. And thank you. So this is the slides and then the LinkedIn. And then you can take a picture of this while I set up the demo. I think I have some time for a demo, right? All right, here we go. Yeah, so this is actually what it looks like. So every day, it's going through a progression of the lines within the I Ching. So today, it's going through we're at the third line of return, and this is sort of the image that's expressed. So it looks like a happy image. If you want to learn about how the lines are chosen, this is more of maybe it's like a blended academic cultural project, so everything is like pretty well cited. And if you want to learn more about this image, you can click on it and it will go through and give sort of commentary on what's happening in terms of the history, the historical figures, and there's even references. So you can click on each of those and you can figure out, okay, this is talking about Emperor Yao, who was a legendary figure, and it cites the classical sources. And the app also supports traditional and simplified Chinese here, so we can support, yeah. And one more thing to show is this cool matrix mode. So for fans from my original 8-bit Oracle project, they might like Jules, they might like this type of aesthetic. And actually, actually, I can try to demo this part, which is the generation for how to get this style. So give me a sec. Okay. All right. You know, now to be honest, I do use Claude Code mostly, but since we're here, I'm using open code. Okay, just to prove that the skill works. So in skills, you just check to make sure that the verse to prompt is there, and so this is the verse to prompt. It's loaded. That means your environment is set. And I did have some HTMLs generated, but what I'll have it do is I'll generate a new HTML page that goes against fal.ai image generation, uses the skill, and comes up with 5 style categories compared. So let's try to do it. Okay, let's go with 1. All 5 styles compared. And DeepSeek V4 Flash I've been having pretty good success with. I don't know about you guys. I find it's a little bit stronger than the previous free one, which was Minimax 2.5.
Minimax free is pretty okay, actually.
Is it there? Can OpenCode get it?
You have to pay Olama.
Okay.
Which is cheap.
So it's going through, and so what? So I do have an image pipeline that knows how to go to fal.ai. It has a fal.ai API key. It's using the skill to sort of translate some specific verses into image prompts, and then it sends them to fal.ai, and it's thinking. And how much time do we have now, Yulian? Maybe I can take some questions while we're waiting. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Any questions so far? While we wait for this thing. Let's see. Maybe I can show some other things too. I use fal.ai for a lot of my generations. So I'll just show you what that looks like. And some recent history. Oh. And this was some fun experiments that I had with adding the sort of the matrix green aesthetic and blending it with the ink brush painting stuff. Yes. Yep.
Yes. And for your principles and those ideas, do you have reference or how can we validate?
Okay, so let's take a. Why don't we take a look at the skill MD itself? That's actually a good thing to look into. I think that's what you're curious about, right? Oh, I gotta figure out how to increase this thing, and I gotta figure out how to bring it to the thing. Oh my goodness. Are you talking about the skill you wanted to? Oh, the principle. It's all taste. It's all like what you like and what you don't like. It's all what I like and what I don't like. Now, keeping in mind, I did have in my mind how many images I needed to do. There was 4,096 images. And so I would go back and forth with the AI to ask it, what would be sort of a Pareto, like an 80-20 optimal number of variations that would be good to sort of, you know, to apply to this set of poems that I needed to create images for. So I would go back and forth and brainstorm, and because you don't want to have a gazillion variations, and you didn't want too much going on in the image too, but it is in essence like taste, sort of how much you want going on in the image and so on.
My problem is how can you define the context? So it tends to be a very subjective interpretation, right? That's it. Okay.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm just really going for repeatability and consistency, and what I like. So that's really the essence of it. Yeah, don't you like it? Yeah, it's okay. Is it okay? Okay, let me see if I can show you a little bit about how the skill looks like. Okay, it's still building. Okay. It's going through and doing the stuff. While it's doing it, why don't I try to bring over the skills.md, the text file. And now I gotta figure out how to make the screen super big. Oh God. And then Command plus, Control plus. Anyway, it's small, but basically there's two sections, or maybe 2 or 3 sections, but the main section is going through the ink brush artwork. It's listing the 5 style categories: atmospheric night, ink landscape, figures and mist. And then it's giving rules on what the generated prompt must follow in terms of framing the scene, forcing depth, demanding contrast, and so on. This is all in the GitHub, so you can read it at your leisure. And then there's sort of variations besides ink brush. There's sort of the more matrix tech noir style is also in there. So they're just slight adjustments in terms of color palette and stippling and styles, in terms of scene. Yeah, and so there's a tech noir style, and there's also like a matrix style, which is very close to each other. And then let's Alt-Tab to open code and see all in range. Is it done? Okay, I'm going to try to open this file now. Boy. Manifest. 5 styles. Image to generate. Oh God, live demo. It looks like it didn't actually do anything. Hold on. It just generated the prompt. Darn. Okay, here we go. I'm probably like way over now. So this was the image model we're using is something called Z-Image Turbo. I was turned on to this by fellow AI tinker, Jeremy Chow. Who's also a guest in one of our podcast episodes. And he was telling me, Og, you gotta use this. It's like fractions of a penny. And people on Reddit are going crazy because they're just running it on their own computer. Me, I don't have I'm getting older. I can't deal with my own hardware. So even those kind of simple things for me, I'll just use Fal.ai, even though it's really, it's super cheap, and that's what I did with it. So it's Z-image/turbo. It's a Chinese model, only 6 billion parameters, very inexpensive. Oh, and the time is up. Thank you, Yulia. Okay. That's it. Should I go to the last slide and let's see.
Thank you very much, Og. Kind of time is up, but if there are any more questions while people transition from one side to another, feel free to ask one or two more questions. Maybe we'll get the generation working. Okay, welcome to another session of Open Source Hong Kong conference. Next up is Luciano. I think I got that right. I've known Luciano from kind of the Python HK environment, and today he's going to be talking about not Python, I suppose. Zellige, I think, is a Rust-based terminal. So I'm going to leave all the details to him if we're ready.
大家好. Hi everyone. Thanks again for coming to my speech. Today I'm going to talk, of course, about how to boost your productivity with Zellige. And before we start, let's see some hands, like who already works with Zellige or have heard of Zellige or Tmux. Okay, perfect. Perfect, great. So for those of you who didn't raise their hands, then welcome. That's the right place where to be. So this is an adaptation of a speech that I did before, but this time I'm trying to give it a bit of a spin and adding on how to boost your productivity, not just for yourself, but also for your agent. And before we start, just a little bit about me. As Julian said, I'm mainly a Python developer, and I work for an aviation company. So I built data pipelines and ETL tools. So I do mainly Python and SQL. I know a little bit of Rust. And on my free time, I like to go on GitHub, explore new projects, and do some open sourcing as well. So feel free to catch me later, or if you see me around, if you have any questions regarding this talk, or in general, if you want to just talk about open source. So I'm going to talk about these points here. First, I'm going to talk about the problem. Why am I using Zellige? What problem I'm trying to solve? Then a little bit of a tangent about why I think the terminal is back. And then actually, most of the slides are actually optional because there's going to be a demo. So if you like to follow along with slides, then feel free to do that. But I think sometimes it's easier to show things on how things work, and it's easier to remember. And often, some people, after my previous presentation, some people have asked me to show how Zellige can live in the browser. So spoiler alert, I'm going to also show some Zellige in the browser. And before we start, I don't know if this sounds familiar to you. I keep seeing this in my Twitter thread. So I don't know if it's too small, but it says, not me running through Paris with the Mac, because the agent got to keep going brr. So some people reply like, oh, we used to walk around with open computers so the agents wouldn't stop running. And yeah, people reacting that they're doing the same. They're working with their lead open because otherwise everything will stop. And yeah, and then of course, this technology that helps us using processes without having to keep the laptop open. So SSH was created in 1995 and Tmux in 2007. And yeah, other funny things that I think are funny. So yeah, keep your agents running 24/7. So I guess you guessed it. So I feel like right now there's a lot of developers, a lot of people who use agents, and they like to keep the tasks running if you have long-running tasks. And sometimes it's a bit annoying because you're prompting your agent about something, and you expect it to take just a few minutes, but actually it takes like 30 minutes, and you suddenly have to go. So you close your laptop or you close the window, and then your work is lost. Or sometimes, if you work in remote environments, you need to you SSH into a machine, and then suddenly the connection drops, or you lost the Wi-Fi connection, and then you have to get inside the machine again, and you have to wonder, okay, if the process is still running, or like you have to kill the process and then retry. So, if this is the type of problem that's a tool like Zellige is trying to provide a solution for. And I think before we go through Zellige, I think like the terminal is back. There's more and more terminal user interfaces, and I think with agents, people are using the terminal more and more, and sometimes, you move from an IDE to a terminal, and you don't really exactly know how to run things in the background. So I think it really matters that we need to learn again the pre-existing tools on how to use the terminal properly. And yeah, so Zelish is here. So for those of you who don't know, so Zelish is technically called a multiplexer. It's written in Rust. And what a multiplexer is basically, you can think of it like a workspace management. So you can have different processes in different tabs. And it allows you to, let's say, resume your work. So keep your work running in the background and then use other apps. And then you can reattach a session and resume your work. And Tmax is a very famous multiplexer, and the difference between Zelish and Tmax is that Zelish comes with a lot of good defaults, sensible defaults, and this is great because a lot of times you have to suddenly work in a brand new machine, and it's a bit painful. Sometimes you have to install the tool and then do the configurations, and also like sometimes if you read through some Tmax tutorial, there's a very huge section on how to properly configure before you start using it. And that's really what Zelish is very different from Tmax, is that there's very minimal configuration. Of course, you can configure it as much as you want, but the starting defaults are very easy to use. And the cool thing is that it works with WebAssembly. So you have WebAssembly plugins, and it's very lightweight tool that can also be run on the web browser. So the terminal in this case is actually also like optional. And yeah, here's again a quick comparison between the two. Yeah, I hope the screen is big enough. Perfect. And yeah, so again, slides are really optional here. I'm going to demonstrate a bit of Zelish and give you a tour of how to use it. But during this demo, you might find it useful to know about these terms. So pain is, when I mention pain, is basically the single process. So this is the most atomic part of Zelish. So it's basically your native terminal, right? And you can have multiple panes. You can split them horizontally, vertically. You can have floating panes. And this is really where your process lives. Then you have tabs. And tabs are basically like, you can imagine like the tabs in your web browser. So you can have multiple tabs. And inside each tab, you have multiple panes. And then you have the session. So the session is what's collects everything. So a session defines a specific, let's say, layout and a specific tab, where you have multiple tabs and multiple panes. And then you can have even like multiple sessions. So you can decide to save, like you can have a session for work, you can have a session for DevOps, you can have a session for, I don't know, like open sourcing. So I like to keep multiple sessions organized, and every time I jump back in, I have my own layout and own applications already running. And then of course you have your Windows. So Windows is the normal graphical interface or entry point where you use Zelish. And the layouts. So the good thing about layouts in Zelish is that they are all configurable. And there is also a nice CLI tool that allows you to build out layouts, which I find particularly useful, especially in the agentic era, because you can even ask your agent, hey, can you build me a Zelish layout for this particular workflow? And you can use the CLI to organize the workspace for yourself as well. So quick recap on what are actually the benefits of Zelish, is that you are able to keep your laptop closed. Basically, you can have processes running in the background, and you can detach the session, the whole session, so the session lives by default in the background. You can reconnect to the session, and another thing that Zelish provide is that you can even resurrect a session. So you can kill all the processes of the Zelish session, and it remembers what was the last command that you run on each pane. So you can technically resurrect the session and it will automatically suggest you to rerun like all the commands automatically. And yeah, so as I said, it's keyboard driven, it's scriptable, and I would say it's agent friendly because they have very powerful CLI commands that allow you to do many things. So feel free to also, like whilst you are in Zelish, feel free to ask your agent, hey, can you also do this or how to do that? So, and they're pretty good, I would say, at interacting with Zelish itself. Cool, so let's move on to the demo time. So quick disclaimer here. I was planning actually to running it in the browser itself, but I actually need, like, let's say, 2 screens to do that. So I'm just going to a bit, improvise here and actually share the normal screen. So there was an iframe here. It should have been there, but now pretend that it's here while I'm changing the screen. So cool. So this is how Zelix looks like. I hope it's not too small. Right. So as you can see already immediately, like in Zelix, everything is very well defined. Like you don't really have to double guess on where things are. So for example, here, you can see, okay, what program I'm using is Zelix. And this is the session name here, so tremendous duck. So it always comes up with, random, session generation. So but every name is unique. So you can have multiple sessions. You don't have to start thinking on how to name them first. Then here you have a tab, and then this frame here is the pane. So that's the main pane where I can do, the different work. Okay, so that's just a basic normal terminal. But then what I can do is I can create a new pane. And as you can see, like on the bottom side, I have the different key bindings. So it already gives me, like, I don't really have to remember too much what are the key bindings. I can just look them up. And you can see it says control, and then I can do control P, and I can create a new pane. And then here you have like the pane sub-menu. So you can create a new pane if you press N. And then I can go back again, and oops, you can move it, you can close it, rename the pane. So if I press C, you can see now it asks me to enter the name. So I can enter a name. Anyways, so that's basically it. And as you can see, then now you have on the top right, you have another hint. I can do Alt square bracket, and it changed the layout. And of course, you don't really have to always do Control P to access the pane menu. You can even do like Alt N, and then you have multiple panes, and then you can jungle around them and do different stuff. So you can already imagine how productive you can become if you don't really have to change application, right? So if you're used to use terminal tools, this is quite nice. Quite nice tool where I can have one editor in one side, and then maybe on the other side, I don't know. On the other side, I'm controlling. I'm checking the activity of the server, and actually here it says I should resize the pane, which normally if you don't use a multiplexer would be a window, but I can do Alt plus, and then here it's resized. So yeah, this is pretty straightforward, but the cool thing is that now I have everything set up in this tab, and now I'm moving up to a new tab. And suddenly, I can work on something else. And then if I want to go back, I can just do Alt and arrow keys, and I'm back. So it's pretty fast and pretty intuitive, if you were to ask me. And okay, and yeah, so this is a normal like Zelix workflow. Simply use your terminal, right? So it should be there. Let's move on. But yeah, there's more. So basically what you can do with Zelix is you can have a session and you can share it via link. So you can, as long as everyone is in the same network, or if you have a proxy, you can also do this via proxy. You can share your Zelix session with a link, and you can have, let's say, read access only. So for example, you're sharing the session with other people, and they're just looking at your programming or like your action, and you don't want them to write, or you don't want them to open a new tab. You can have a read only, and you can also have read and write. So if you are co-programming with someone else, someone can work in one tab while the other person working in the other tab. So the way to do this, you can do it, of course, via CLI. So you can just type Zelix web and to start the web server. Or you can do Control O plus S. So let's try to share this tab here, this session here. So I do Control O, and then I share the session. And actually, let me just go back, because I should already have another session here. So that's actually good to show you something. So I can exit. Control Q. Right, so I can go to Zelix and do ls, and it gives me all the sessions that I have. As you can see, most of them are exited, and I can even attach them to resurrect them. But I should have, okay, for example, this session here is the one I was preparing for the presentation. So I just renamed Zelish to ZL, which is much faster to type, and I can do ZL A and then the session name. Okay, so now it's a brand new session, but essentially that's the one I was setting up for sharing the session. So I go back. So here it says, here we go, web server not running. I can just press enter. And then I can press, so it's the web server is running, but I'm not currently sharing it. So I can press space. And now it gives me the URL that I can use to access this very same session in the web browser. So let's have a look if it works. So as you can see here, is by default is very secure. It's asking me for a security token. So I can issue a token via CLI command. So if you are the owner of the session, you can generate as many tokens as you want, and you can have different scopes. So you can have the reading scope and the writing scope. So I should already have the token here. Okay, so here I am in the web browser. Of course, it's not like adapting my screen size. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Because I zoom in for this presentation, so that's why it was. But as you can see here, like everything is like synchronized. So actually, it's like just read only, and it's sharing what's happening on the other side. So for example, if I go, so this is the actual terminal. I mean, I just run this little program here. So this is the actual thing, and then this is what's happening on the web browser. And the cool thing is, so yes, it's a URL, and I could technically share this with you as well. You can access it and have it on your phone, for example, which was, funny enough, that's what I was preparing for this presentation. So yeah, we talk about the tokens. So you can create the tokens and have different scopes. You can have read-only tokens. You can remember the token cache, or you can clear them and forget all of them. And yeah, so as you can see, there's a lot of benefits in doing that, especially if, let's say, you are working on a remote server and you want to check out what's happening in your Zelish session, and you're just grabbing a computer from somewhere else, from the public library, whatever, and you just put the URL and you have access again to your terminal without having to necessarily like remote in the full-fledged operating system. So it's quite useful, and they're quite lightweight. Like you can have a lot of sessions to share because it's just basically cheaply copying the original session. So there's not a lot of lag, let's say. And yeah, unfortunately, I was preparing to show this on my phone, but I technically need a second screen. But yeah, you can open that on your phone as well. And also, if you have an application, you can use Termux or like an Android terminal as well, and use Zelish inside it. But now the little spin is that you can add your agents to Zelish. So there are different plugins that you can use, but the one I'm using currently is called All My Zelish, or like All My Open Code as well. And what allows you is that you can, when you use an agent, you can have the agent spawns multiple agents, or like a team of agents. And usually, like the default UI, will ask you to use the arrow keys to scroll through the different sessions of the different agents. But essentially, what I can do now is I can use Zelish as an advantage, where each agent will have their own tab. So let me show you. Let me demonstrate that very quickly. So here I have a very long prompt. Basically, the task is to create a video about Zelish and multiplexers. So I have a series of instructions and multiple phases, and I'm just going to throw this to an agent, and let's see what happens. So I just input it. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, great. Okay, let me quickly try to turn on a VPN. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I had to restart my machine and I forgot about this part. I think that should be fine. So as you can see already in the session, in the pane name, it already like renames it as if it was an actual window. So of course, it takes some time to read the prompt. But in the meantime, you know, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Okay, the connection is a bit slow. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's taking a bit. But yeah, if you have any questions about Zelish or multiplexers, or like, you know, if you want to see any specific other features, and by the way, this should be already still be sharing. Oh, okay. Okay. As I said, the connection is not super fast, but it's a bit laggy. But yeah, again, as you can see, it's still sharing in the web browser. I can use Zelish as in my favor. Let me see if effectively I'm connected to the right country. Okay, cool. Let's see if it's a problem with the connections or not. Oh, okay, yeah. Should be fine. But let's see, maybe I can restart it. Too bad. But essentially what it should do is it should be able to open different tabs for each agent. Oops. I did try this beforehand, but exploring Zelish. Okay, here we go. It was a bit lazy. Okay, cool. So as you can see, it properly prompted all the phases of the research. Let's see what happens. Explore Xeris integration. Okay. I'm launching phase 1. So as you can see now, it's taking control of Zelish. It's opening multiple panes. It opened a new tab called Open Code Agents. And each agent is doing its own work in its own little pane. So technically, like I can jump in through each and then prompt them and ask them if they have questions and go back to the Explorer. So every agent has their own, let's say, characteristic. So there's a librarian on the left. There's an Explorer on the right. There were 2 agents that already finished working. But yeah, I mean, this is a very long task, so don't expect it to see finished. And it will probably finish when it's done with the task and we will have a video, or it will finish because I run out of money. So let's see. But anyways, yeah. So that's actually the end of my talk here. While it keeps on running, I don't think I have any more slides. Yeah, I mean, it's just a fun quote. Your agent might be tireless, but your laptop deserves some rest. So open Zelish and close the lid.
We have good time, so if you have any questions, 4 minutes.
Did you look at, I guess you looked at TMUX as well. As it, I mean, there's a lot of these types, like Screen I used to use, but you like Zelish.
So yeah, I would say like there's 3 steps of evolution. So Screen is like the oldest one and the most battle-tested one. And I think it works totally fine. You know, some Linux distributions, they have it already pre-installed, so it's quite good. Tmux is very good, but the real thing that made me move to Zelish is that, you know, all of this is already like a default configuration. I don't want to. So when I work with a server or I work with a new machine, I don't want to spend time reconfiguring everything or having to copy the configuration file. I pretty like the default configs. I actually just change the colors and that's it. And I would say the above, like of course Tmax has a larger community, there's more plugins, but Zelish is getting there and it's worth a try.
Any more questions? And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much,
Hopefully
everyone.
it's gone insightful for this talk. Thank you. And we are gonna have some race right now.
Okay, perfect.
翻呢度得㗎啦，呢度個 side 度。
唔係，我呢度淨係睇到個 demo 咯，好 slide。
開咗佢。
唔知啊，頭先我見你 full screen 添。
呢度呢個呢度呢度。喺呢度。
我都唔知，I'm very I'm not so sure what it is. Oh, this is I'm very Hello. Testing testing。之所以俾邊個㗎？道具嚟㗎。Yeah. So.
Welcome our next speaker, Tony. Welcome.
Well, actually, I have a question because my topic is kind of outdated. Because if you follow Google News as much as I do, you probably know that, yeah, Gemini CLI will be retired 12 days from now, like June 18. So, do you want to like listen to a topic where something will be bye-bye in less than 2 weeks, or I can present other stuff because like I do a lot of tech talks, so I have like a lot of topics to share, like, and I don't recycle my topics, but I'm going to break the rule today. So maybe I can talk about this, like my experience building enterprise agent at work and how I made a lot of mistake and cried, or maybe share like how I use Angular and Firebase AI logic server prompt template to build like a demo, and that I talk about in Surabaya, Indonesia, or other stuff. Like I have other topics. I just don't know if you want to like hear like using like something that will be gone, like to build like a demo. You sure, right? Because if you give me like more times, I can maybe talk all 4 topics. Yeah. Okay, then fine. If you want to change topic, let me know. I can also switch topic, like maybe midway. Oh, wait. What happened? Which one? Okay. Because it's so 80 to see those things. So this is my topic, like back to full stack, and why I do it because I submit a lot of talks in conferences, and I don't start building demos unless I know my talk is accepted, right? Why build something when your talk is not accepted? So, and that's when the nightmare happens, because it would be like maybe 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks before the event happens, and I don't have time to build a demo that actually runs, and then the slide deck. So I need AI coding agent to help me. Yeah, so this is my name, Connie. I'm a Google developer expert in 3 categories. So I'm killing myself by doing all these talk and content. So I'm GDE in Angular, Cloud AI, and Web AI. So this is my slide. And yeah, feel free to read it after the TED Talk. Yeah, so, yep. Yep, this is, yeah, so I started using anti-gravity CLI, and I'm trying to love it. So maybe next time we'll talk about how I appreciate anti-gravity CLI. Yeah. So I did my demo with Gemini CLI, Angular MCP server, and Firebase skills and Angular skills. I actually built that demo, so I was able to present in Surefire 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So I needed time to do a lot of stuff for my demo, so I broke my application idea into things that need to be handled, and then I assessed the complexity, like which part I can write the code myself, and the other tedious part that I need AI to do it to save me time so I can get some rest. So at the end, I was able to finish the entire demo in 5 days, and I think I used $100 US. I think, because as an expert, I get free Google Cloud credit, so I just spend it. When I run out of money, I just get more free credit. So I think I used $100, maybe more, I don't remember. So this is my demo. So I have an Angular application with some screen, and then I ask user to input a prompt, and then I call a Firebase AI logic with the prompt input and the server prompt template ID to Firebase, and then the Firebase is able to find the prompt table, find a prompt from whatever infrastructure it is, replace the dynamic placeholder with the prompt input, and send it to Gemini model to generate an image. And then the image is sent back to my client application to display in like an HTML image element. So it sounds simple, but I have 3 parts to handle: the front end, the serverless, and the AI part. So with less than 2 weeks, I'm like, I know I'm screwed, I need to get that done. And then find the time to create a slide deck for an 60-minute tech talk. Yeah. So that's front end part. So use Angular framework. I choose Angular because I only know Angular. I don't know the other front end framework. So I built front end with Angular, and serverless part is Firebase. I used it once before. It was very tedious to set up the Firebase project, and then some menu click in order to download the remote configuration value from the Firebase console. So I wanted to automate that part in my next demo. Cloud and AI, calling Nano Banana is easy. Finding interesting prompt is also easy. I can just go to social media to find the prompt and use them in my demo. So, but I suck at CSS styling, so I know I need help by using AI coding agent. So, So I delegate a lot of work to Gemini CLI. The Firebase project is very, very tedious. I don't want to do it. I did it once, I didn't like it. I don't want to do it the second time. Angular components, I find it easy. I can write the component myself and the component logic. Styling, I'm terrible. I use Tailwind CSS4, but I will also ask Gemini CLI to apply the CSS for me so that the front end look decent. After a while, I noticed I built a lot of forms. I built at least 3 forms for 3 prompts. So in the real world, if I have 10 prompts, I will have to build 10 forms, which means 10 CSS file, 10 HTML file, and 10 TypeScript classes. So in the real world, I think my boss will kill me if I deliver such an not scalable solution in the production environment. So I need to make it better by making a dynamic form generator. I have the idea, I don't know how to do it because it involves advanced TypeScript and generics, which I am not very good at, so I know I need to get help from AI. So this is not true AI because I need to go to Firebase console to create a Firebase project, and then go to another site to set up a reCAPTCHA key to protect my application from abuse. And then I asked Gemini CLI to set up and initialize the Firebase app in Angular and download Firebase config values from my project. So at the end, AI did 3 things for me: generate the Firebase app object, so I can use it to initialize the Firebase project in my Angular application. Create some scripts to, create some script to download Firebase remote config values, and generate some Angular classes to perform the initialization of my Firebase app. So in package.json, I have these 2 scripts. This one is generate a Firebase object, and then another script to download the Firebase configuration values. And then in my Angular application, this config service class is written by the agent. So I inject this config service and call the initialize method to get the Firebase portion ready. So I have these plans. So I think this is tips, right? When you talk to coding agent to do some stuff, please ask it to write the plan out, so you can read it carefully to make sure that it doesn't BS. And if you have question or you have better idea, continue this conversation a few times until you are happy. And based on my experience, when the plan is 90% good, you should stop. Don't waste 1 or 2 conversation to be perfect. No one is perfect. No human is perfect. AI is not perfect. So if it is 90% right, it is good. Say I approve the plan, execute it, and then you can do your own modification to fill the 10% gap. I mean, we are developers, right? We know how to write code. So if there's something that is not perfect, then you can write the code to make it perfect, right? Okay. So, yeah. And let's see the script. Yeah. So these are the script that AI generate. So to do my things. So they generate a script faster than I write the code. So it's like 33% done, right? Because the tedious part, AI handle it for me. So I focus on the component and component logic in Angular. And then when the components are mostly done, I ask Gemini CLI to apply the CSS style to the components so they look decent. And then for some component that I'm not good at, such as file loader, I give the instruction to the Gemini CLI and ask it to generate a file uploader component that support drop zone, add or remove, etc. So I didn't mention it in the slide because this is not that important. So okay, so dynamic form generator. I finished a demo very fast, man. I mean, I have version 1 ready. I have all the forms that I need to generate images based on my input. But then I want to make things better because I have a lot of forms and HTML file, like a pair for each prompt. And if you look at my Firebase project, I have 13 prompts. So do I create 13 forms and 13 CSS file and 13 HTML file? That's 39 files in my project. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, a junior Angular developer may do that, but I am not a junior developer, so I want to make things better. So I know I need to create something that can generate the form dynamically based on some configuration so that I can have one component that can generate 13 maybe forms instead of having 39 files to do that. So yeah. Yeah, so these are the issues, like boilerplate code, create component class, and an HTML form for each prompt, not a scalable solution. So I have this country form component, which is this one, right? I can enter a country. It will try to generate, what is it? Oh, 10 football stadiums of Argentina. Oh, come on. I don't know why it's so slow, but doesn't matter. So you see the point where I have this country form, and then I have another form called history form. So when I compare them side by side, I see so many similarities. So like this input is the same. The model looks similar. This country, this form thingy, very similar. The rest, similar, except, yeah. And then this generate image method almost the same, except this dot country model may be another name, such as desktop, maybe history model. So, yeah. So I asked AI for help. I have the idea, but the implementation is hard because it requires TypeScript generic and some advanced TypeScript knowledge that I lack of. So I asked like AI to generate the type, the initial data and schema validation that the Angular signal form requires. And the dynamic UI form is easy, so I can do it by using a for loop to loop the form configuration to display different HTML elements. So when I talk to the CLI, I said, can you define the types to facilitate the form configurations? And then I asked it to maybe have some utility function that can generate the initial signal form data based on the form configuration, and then validate the signal form field based on the validation config, and then apply design patterns and architecture to improve the code base. And yeah, this conversation took a long time. So yeah, it creates like a few plans to talk about what need to be created. The configurations have what fields, what the types should be, and then yada yada yada. You know, so. And at the end, the final version is just one components. So it accept like here I get the metadata, like what the form has, like what kind of field requires, and then generate the initial data, pass it to the Angular signal. This is the signal form and page title and the other field. And the generate image method is also much simpler because it uses the template ID, whether or not the required data is provided, and the signal data. So I can use this. Component, and then let me see. I don't remember. And read. Okay. And read these form configuration to render a form with two fields. The first one is an input field for event. The other one is a let me see, a test area for the description. And this one is, yeah, it's a, let me see, country, and yep, load the country list from this country JSON. And then in here I have, oh, okay, this is the country form with this country list, with this country. So I generate 10 football stadiums of Argentina. And then here, this is the history form with two fields, right? One is input and the other is a test area. And let me see, I want to do something that is World Cup related. So the point is, if I want to generate more like forms for other prompts, I should reuse that form generator component class to read from different metadata, and I should able to render this HTML form with the correct input input field and call file-based AI logic server prompt template to generate different images. So, yep. So these are my tips. So document the plan so you remember what you and AI talk. And then it's also to it's easier for me to read the plan in a file so I can challenge AI to come up with a better one. The 90% rule, so when the plan is almost correct, execute it, don't waste token and extra conversation. And yeah, we are engineers, we know how to code, so we can finish the remaining 10% gap. And future improvements. Yeah, I can use this design to add more prompts, generate more images from different prompts, and well, and the server prompt template is really powerful, so it can do more than image generations. It can support multi-turn dialogues, and I want to use other tools. So far, I only use Google Search tool because this is the only tool that Nano Banana tool support, but I can try other tools to do other things. And well, this is my wish list because this template is editing this plan. Editing these prompts are very painful because when I change the model from Nano Banana to preview to Nano Banana to GA, I need to go inside one by one and remove the hyphen preview. So I have 13 prompts, I need to do it 13 times. And if I have more prompts, then I need to do it more times, and I cannot tolerate this. So I hope yeah, anti-gravity CLI can come up with a solution that can make modifying these prompts easier yeah, in the future. So I don't know. This is my experience. So when I have an application idea, break down the task, see what I can do and what I cannot do and need AI to help. Then for these smaller tasks, I ask AI to handle it with my suggestion and my spec, and always read the spec and challenge the agent to improve it and approve and execute the plan when it is 90% correct. So yeah. So I have a GitHub account, Twitter account. I like to write blog posts about AI, Angular, and web AI. I also have a YouTube channel. I need to make more videos. Yeah, I want to. Okay, yeah, I want to expand myself, expand my reach, so that my audience can go beyond Hong Kong. So yeah, this is the GitHub repo. You can try it if you like it. So yeah, resources, and as a good speaker, if you use someone's stuff, you need to give credit. So I didn't write those prompts myself. I go to Twitter and I found these prompts from this what, I don't know, KOL. So I told him that I will give him credit. Otherwise, it's bad etiquette from any speaker, international or local. So yeah, this is it. 谢谢你。
Okay. Thank you, Connie, for the wonderful, insightful Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Our next speaker, Frankie, is here. Welcome.
So maybe because I see some people may speak English, so maybe I will shift the language to be in English because originally it should be in Chinese, but anyway. Sorry for this again. So because I was having an art workshop in Tsim Sha Tsui, so I was a bit late to come here, to arrive here. So okay, so let me begin our topic today. So we are talking about Party-Llama, or Party-Gemma, sorry, Party-Gemma, okay. Does anyone hear about Gemma before? Can you raise your hand? Yeah. Gemma, yeah. But how about Party-Gemma? Have anyone? Okay, so not a lot of you have heard of Party-Gemma, yeah, which is, yeah, it's kind of a new stuff from last year. So let's begin the workshop today, and I will talk about more on Party-Gemma and its applications. Okay. So beforehand, I will give a brief intro of my background. So I'm for Google developer Hong Kong organizer. So basically, we have events and workshops on Google, any Google technology, especially Google Gemini, Gemma, AI, and besides that, we also have web, mobile, and other sort of any Google technology. Yeah, we have. Yeah, please feel free to follow our social media after the workshop. I will show you the QR code. Okay, and I have been working in the AI field for quite a number of years, and as an engineer consultant and also instructor in different course of bootcamp. Yeah. Okay, so let me talk about the full screen. Okay. Okay, so let me talk about the so-called blind landscape. Okay, so basically, for most of the, I'm not sure if you guys have used any open source visual LLM, because I think on the market, more than 90% of the open source LLM are basically so-called blind, so they cannot really process any image input. They can only, for example, like text to text for most of the open source LLM. And but bear in mind that for our physical world, basically for if you calculate the number of the volume of information, so basically most of our visual input from our eyes, from our sense are more than 80%. So basically, it's a very important task for LLM if we want it to be more useful in our daily life. Okay. So let me talk about more on Party-Gemma. So it's basically a very lightweight open source LLM. Basically, for Google, there are two types of LLM. One is Gemini. Gemini is a closed source LLM, and you need to pay by token. Basically, you need to pay by token. For example, like for $1 million, you need to pay 1 cent or 1 cent USD or something like that. You need to pay with your pay as you go, pay with your usage. Okay. But for open source, we have for Google, it has Gemma family. Party-Gemma is one of the family members. So, okay, so it's basically open source, and you can basically use it without need to pay the so-called tokens. Okay, you can basically download the LLM and install in your computer, laptop, server, or basically anywhere you like, as long as you have the computation power to process it. Okay, so and also it raises out another problem. So basically, for a lot of LLM, they are LLM ones, so large. Okay, it's a issue because the storage, the computation power of our device is limited. Okay, so basically, if you have a very large LLM in your machine, so first of all, you need enough storage. For example, like for 2 billion, for a model with 2 billion parameters, you may take already take 5G to 10G. Okay, so the number will increase kind of exponentially with the number of parameters. So it's not really possible for everyone to put a very large LLM into their device. So therefore, there is the need for a small LLM. So it's called small SLM, small language model. Okay. So with a perhaps parameter less than 4 or 5 B parameters is kind of a definition. It's a combination of SLM. So basically for this polygamma, it has 3 billion parameters. So basically it's SLM. And is basically if you want to put it in a very small device, for example, like edge deployment in a sensor or something, you want to have a application using the sensor, you can deploy the LLM in the SLM into the device. And you may also wonder why you need to put a SLM into the device. It's because if you want to increase the speed of the application, you will need to have a smaller distance between the LLM and also the device. Okay, basically you need to have the required time, the duration to process the program. If the program and the LLM is too far away, okay, you need time. But if you put LLM or SLM into the device on device, and you can instantly do the inference. Yeah, if you have very short time, you do not need to wait for the communication between the LLM host server and your edge device. It really takes time if you have tried before. Yeah, so it's the power of SLM, and it's also why not just Google, but also some of the tech companies are also putting more resources into developing small SLM, because SLM is kind of useful in such scenario. Okay. Okay, so for the architecture of PyJammer, so basically it has a few types of layers. Okay, and the first one is say LRP, the visual encoder. Okay, the first one would be served as to process the image into visual tokens. Okay, because basically image not like words is different type of token, so it requires some kind of more advanced method to translate the image into suitable visual tokens. So it's kind of different from word tokens, but it's similar in nature. Okay. And next, there will be a linear layer, so kind of processing. So it's served as the connection between encoder and decoder. In case you do not know about the architecture of LLM, so basically encoder and decoder is the essential components of any LLM. Okay, so basically for quite a lot of LLM, so although not all LLM has got both, but some of them, quite a number of them will have both encoder and decoder. So basically, decoder is to translate the input into numbers, vectors, and for decoder would be like to translate numbers into back to vectors, something that can be output. Okay, so it's serve as the bridge between the visual layer and also the language decoder. Okay, and finally will be the Jammer 2B. Okay, so it has got another layer, last layer, to translate the visual token or any output from the linear layer back into words. So that we can have the output and process the result accordingly. Could be maybe could do some analysis, or maybe you can treat it as some other system, something like that. So we will as a sample. So first of all, of course, it can be served as some kind of monitoring. Okay, because basically a camera is you can treat it as a sensor. Okay, and if you want the sensor or camera to be more smart, for example, you can raise out some even more advanced alert according to some scenario. Okay, not just a rule-based scenario, but a general analysis given the context, the overall context of the scenario. Okay, you can have a AI algorithm, for example, like Python, insert into the camera or the sensor, and it can process in a very short duration of time. Okay. And for the second one will be like for UI analysis. Okay, for example, like you have got dashboard everywhere in your company, right? So so many charts, numbers, pie chart, blah blah blah, so many stuff. You can't have a human to check it 24/7, right? Or maybe you can argue, oh, you just assign some rule, and you will raise an alert if any rules are violated. But it's rule-based. Can it be a bit smarter? And here is the solution. Okay, you can have a AI, a SLM that can help you to do analysis 24/7, and it can provide your analysis with a broader context, not just rule-based only. Yeah. Here are some more examples for people who may need accessibility. So, for example, like all text generation and screen reading for people who may have visual impairment, to help them to understand what is happening of the audio or the movie or drama, etc. So it can also be used for social for good, not just for business. Okay. Okay, so last but not least, is a very short session. So I will show a demo on how to use it properly. I'm not sure if it works, but let's see. Oh no. Is it okay? Let me see. I hope it works. All right. So what I'm trying to do is I'm showing a demo to use Python on your device. Okay, so let me explain each part bit by bit. Okay, first of all, not sure if you guys have used Transformer, the Hugging Face before. So basically, it's a platform for open source LLM and also anything about machine learning, a platform for machine learning and LLM. Okay, especially for those in open source format. Okay, so here is a Python package. I have written a Python script, and here what I'm doing is to import the LLM by the package, the Transformer package. Okay. So basically it's here. Okay. From Transformer import auto processor and Python condition generation. Okay. Then next, I also have to write the script to actually start the process of loading the LLM into my device. Okay. So basically, from auto processor got from Tsing here. Okay. Okay. And right, and also the token because okay, so for Hugging Face, if you want to use Hugging Face, you need to assign a token from your account, and you need to have the account import into the when you are loading the LLM, the token. Okay. Okay. start loading. Okay, I preload before. Okay, so and next I will try to do some kind of class. And this time I'm going to do a simple class. It's for demo only. Okay, so let me go back to the PowerPoint. Okay, so there are two pictures. I want it to classify which one is it. Okay, so is it a plastic bottle or is it food waste a rotten apple core? So let me see. I've written a small script to first of all use the LM, and secondly to process the image. The goal is if you want to follow my code, I will send the code to you afterwards. Okay, so if I want to use the LM, it's over here, the script is over here. Mongo generate, okay, it generates the output for me. And what is image 2? I forget. It's a rubbish, okay? Let me see if it can be one. Oh, food waste, but most of why it's generally a few more words. But it says it's food waste, okay? And also for the prompt, sorry, I forget the prompt, yeah. Classify item, food waste or plastic packaging. Okay, so next I will do another one. Okay, image. Image one. Image one is a plastic cup. Let me show you again. Yeah. I'm showing you the picture because I'm proving it's real. Okay. You need some time. Well, how come it's so slow? Yeah, the image one is a plastic bottle, which is correct, okay, with the power of PyJama. So although for SLM it may not be as good as those Gemini or Core or those code source LM, but I built that for some small tasks, for example like classification, some other system, some basic analysis. It can be working for your use case. Yeah, so I think that's all for me today. So do you guys have any Q&A or yeah? Thanks. Oh, you mean Chinese? I think for I think no offense, but I think for quite a number of open source LLM from maybe from foreign countries, it may perform less than those from mainland China. Yeah, for example, especially for those LLM with a very small weight. Yeah, for example, this time is 3B. So I've tried Chinese before, but it does not really performing well. But for English, I try multiple times, so I think it should be fine. Because I think it's also due to the training materials. I think for such small LLM, they are trained mostly by English materials. Yeah, so for English, the performance can be more guaranteed. But I think for other language, it may not perform as good. So yes. Yeah, yes. Also, but I think for Gemma 4, okay, so for Gemma 4, is a how do I say? I think how can I put it? The size can be an issue because although the billion is similar, but I believe that the volume of the LM is a bit larger. So it really depends on your use case and how much how good your device is, how many volume and how many storage and how many communication power you have, how many RAM, etc. Yeah.
For this, thank you. And today, the talk here is come to the end. So if you want, actually, you can go back to the main stage and have a look what's going on there. And thank you for spending time with us.